Morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing today? Hey, Lucas, the Bill Brothers, hi, Keith. Hey, Gary and Beartastic. Hi, B. McNichol. Oh, there goes Charlie. Gustavo and Jeffrey. Hey, Jokernet. Hey, Toos. And Wolfgang and Jorg. How's everyone doing? Hey, Derek. Hey, DJ Natty. So we're continuing Solid Fork build today. After we get Charlie Pets in. Then he can settle down. Hey, Ken. Hey, Zen. Hey, Delmar. Hey, Makersource. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Sean. Philip. Panzercadden and Tracy. It's been like 10 days since my last stream. OC Maker Faire was fun. It was a little smaller than I expected, but it's the first year. Next year, I imagine it'll be bigger. But it was great meeting a few of you and hanging out. So, hey, Andres. Hey, Thomas. Hey, Mr. Clown. Hey, Dark Neutrino. Hey, BBs. Low-Tech Greg. So, yes, I have a little Trident on my shirt. There are Yuri, the designer for Solid Fork, has a merchandise link on his GitHub, so I took advantage. It has, I don't know if you can see. Honey, I Shrunk the Trident. There we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, I was watching Sam's stream a little bit a few minutes ago for a little while. So, hey Malfrey. Hey Fish FPV. Thanks for your streams. Got motored and built a legacy. Awesome. Applied for the serial number the other day and now I own one of each model release. That's awesome. That's a feat, Zenbender. Good job. So, hey Sebastian. Oh, and there goes Charlie. Good. Speaking of Sam and Death Racer, I made some progress on mine I can show you. So it is close to done. So I've driven it. It drives fine. I have not made the custom side panels yet, but yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. This is the Pololu motor version, not the Pro version, but it has the Pro frame with the 6mm rods going through it, but not the very latest frame with the removable bottom panel. So, yeah, I'm gonna let Charlie out for the first time this stream. Let's put a 2-minute timer down for him to want back in. So. Gary Putnam, thanks for gifting a membership. Hey, Chris. Chris is one of the folks that I met at OC Maker Faire. So, hey, Gary, welcome. So I need to figure out, I'm not getting 180 degrees out of the bludger servo, but I think there's some things you can do with it. I did find it interesting that this servo doesn't have a stop. It goes full rotation. That's not typical, I don't think. So, but yeah, I'm pleased. The tracks are a little higher durometer TPU than I would like. This is some generic Pryline TPU I got off of Amazon, and it's harder than even the Sane Smart stuff. So I may try to reprint those before, because it is a little slick, but yeah. So the idea is it is boron color. So this is almost all ABS. It is all ABS except for the treads, and this is the KVP boron red, and it's a mixture of Hatchbox and KVP black. So. Always use a bottom panel. Well, I mean, you don't need a bottom panel if it's not removable, right? Oh, has it been 2 minutes? Because Charlie wants back in. Give me a second. And I'm back. Hi, NH3D. Hey, Lewis. Hey, Edge of 2D, 3D. I saw Edge of 3D, but my mind saw put and 3 2s there in a row. Put two 2.k ohm half-watt resistors between the potentiometer and the driver board inside the servo. You'll get close to 270. Okay, thank you for that. I will try to remember that. Let me copy that and put it somewhere so I don't forget. Thank you. Oh, big window. Which model is this? This is the Death Racer. If you search for the real Sam Prentice on YouTube, you can find information on it and links to download. There is a Patreon, the very low monthly dollar amount Patreon to get it. I think it's $1. So, what's this? Kenneth, I have a question. Is Voron controlled by Prusa? I hope you get this reference. I do get this reference. And before I even joined Voron, I made a decision not to watch the videos from that person because it's not worth it. So it's not worth giving the views. So that's pretty much all that needs to be said about that. So, hey Nuno. Hey Rod, hey Poity, hey Dead Bob and Stuart. Since I know you talked to OSET guys, I haven't talked to the OSET guys. I have no idea who they are. I have one, but I haven't talked to them. I don't know what their status is. I have had very good luck with their sheet printing ABS, but I haven't tried printing anything else. So I have no relation with them at all. Hey Juan, hey Squirrel Brain. Oh, thank you, Edge of 3D. Fatman Builds has a video on how to. I appreciate that. I would appreciate that link. Hi, Domenico. Let me see, where are we at? Okay, let's get moving. So, Death Racer, huge progress. I feel comfortable. I'll be ready in time for Earth. I think I'm going to ship this to someone who's close that I know, assuming they're okay with that, because I already have a V0 I'm taking that's going to be in checked luggage, and I don't want to deal with carrying too much stuff on me. So I think it'll be fine to ship, and then I'll have it there, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm really pleased. I love having some color on it, because as some of you know, I built this in all black just to get familiar with the build. And a couple of parts didn't print very well, but it was great for just kind of figuring out how things went and what the color looks like. So adding the red to it really makes it pop quite a bit. So, hey Scott, any plans to build an RC car from 3D sets? Yes, I have most of the parts printed for the buggy, the dune buggy. I'm gonna put this over here. And we have a long stream today. So I want to basically finish the physical build of the solid fork today, and including wiring. So this will be a wiring heavy stream, I think. So we'll talk about that here in a second. You sure you trust shipping after the Trident? It'll be fine. What, did I step on you, Charlie? I'm sorry. I think he got underfoot and I stepped on his tail. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Mike. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, I have no affiliation with him at all. I've not talked to him. I got mine from the our Voron community in Czech and Slovak region. You can't give me a simple update on it yet. Hey, VT Cruiser. Hey, Battalion. Okay, Charlie is very purposefully not laying down in front of the Charlie cam again, which is right there, but we'll save that. I did, at suggestions here, got myself, and I found an opportunity to get a used one, but I have a Stream Deck now. So I got it set up at least as well as my macro keypad before, and maybe a little better. So it's kind of nice. Little updates to the setup here. Use DHL this time. In other news, SEMA Pass showed up the other day. You still heading there? I am. So if you want to, SEMA is a gigantic show. Have you been there before, Mike? SEMA is huge. Very difficult to just randomly run across people there. But if you message me or whatever, we can make sure it happens if you like. Getting some rain here. Northern California needs some water. Absolutely. Today is predicted to be a maximum of 70 F. That's a 45-degree swing Fahrenheit in a little over a week. That's nuts. I mean, when I was gone right before last weekend, right? Just a week ago. A little over a week ago. It was 115. And today it's supposed to hit a high of 70. Hey, Polar Ted. Okay, I need to get caught up. Oh, 10 plus years, Mike? Yeah, I've been going for 20. I think the first one I went to is right 2000, 2001. And I've only missed maybe 4 years in that time, I think. So. Obi-Wan Kenobi, did you figure out the problems with the cameras dropping out? I think so. I've had a couple of streams now without issues, knock on wood. So, Nathan, thank you. That's new Taiwan dollars, is that right? I could be, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, thanks. Knew the production was a problem when I ordered and it was technically a pre-order. Oh, yeah. So let's get started. We left off with, we belted it, but I had trouble. And I did a little bit of prep off camera, making sure that we could make progress today. So let's talk about this a little bit. I had problems with the carriage not lining up with the dock or the probe, the carriage side of the probe mounts here. And I'm 90% sure that tightening the bolts to the carriage was spreading the carriage side mount. I'm gonna get a little bit of a picture here, but I did a modification to the part that Yuri's gonna be welcome to. Let's see if we can get in here and see this. Maybe let me get a pointer here. So I put some extra material here. This goes further back. This stopped right here before. So I put some extra material there. It's only about 1.2 millimeters thick to be 3 perimeters. And other than that, that's pretty much all I did. Now, the other problem I found is the X end stop position with the stealth burner, mini stealth burner base tool head I'm using. I wasn't hitting the point for the X end stop over here. So I moved this over a couple of millimeters so that while I was correcting some of this stuff, So I would hit the X end stop position. Jeff Montgomery, thank you for becoming a member. Are you going to try to use the CAN port on the skipper or use a UTC CAN adapter? I think you could use the onboard CAN by running a USB to the MCU. I am not going to be doing CAN on this build, only because I don't want, I want to do a CAN setup on my own. And the other big reason is the other variable of I'm using this skipper, this Makerbase, let's go here. So I'm using this Makerbase board, which has a built-in Pi alternative SBC. And with all those variables of a different SBC, different setup, I didn't want to complicate things too much. So we will be covering CAN in a build on stream. I have plans. It'll be within a couple of builds, but it won't be this one. Oh yeah, OSEC, more OSEC, okay. Makerbase board, yep. Scott, is the PVC best wire to use in a 3D printer? I don't think so. I think PVC insulation is too brittle. You should go with FEP or PTFE. So, or Hefluon, what's that? I might be mispronouncing that. So I will be doing some builds with CAN. So let's continue that conversation. So the wiring to the tool head, I'm looking at the harness I received from Lineo, and this is the tool head side with 7 microfit connectors. And this, no matter how you arrange it, ends up being a gigantic, because this is only one side of the connector. This is a gigantic bundle of connectors to put on a tiny little printer like this. So we will be, part of the build today, we'll be rewiring this to use a tool head board. So now, what tool head board? I had an old version of the Christopher Mueller Pancake V0 board. And I was looking at it and I was going to use it, but it doesn't have the selectors for 5 or 24 volt fans. So, do I have that around here somewhere? No, I put it away. And it looks like all the fans are set up to be 5 volt on that. And I have 24, I'm gonna be using 24 volt fans on here. But it's a good choice for this because I need 2 end stops at the tool head. I need the probe and I need the X end stop. So I have a newer version of the V0 pancake board on one of my V0s, and I just pulled it, and I'm gonna put something else on that V0. But this is the pancake board. I think I purchased this from West 3D a while back, and I had it running on my red V0, but I think I'm gonna use it, we're going to use it for this board. So. Oh, Myler? Okay, thank you. Christopher Myler. Isn't it oh, okay. I think the spelling on GitHub is M-U-E-L-L-E-R. Is that still Myler? No. Hey, John. The Greek My. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't realize that. Oh. Wrapping up my Trident and realized the 70-degree field of view camera is not the greatest for a Trident like it is on my 2.4. Correct. What camera are you using on the Tridents? I'm using the 70-degree, the narrower field camera on the one I have installed. I have one of the wide 160-degree cameras, but I haven't installed it yet to try. Note though, the one I have on a Trident I don't know if it's just the part or if it's heat, but it ended up failing. So, and I only have one other camera set up in a printer and it hasn't failed yet. But I'm hoping it isn't a problem with the heat in these printers and they having a short lifespan. Okay, so we're gonna end up cutting all these connectors off and rewiring it to this 14-pin connector so it can go into this Mylar Pancake V0 board, pancake board. And we are going to figure out, we're gonna label these and we're gonna figure out a layout for the electronics underneath. So I'm thinking this is gonna do, I think it was something like this. Set this board here, that way I have some access to USB and all this stuff if I have to plug in. And then I'm going to put the power supply on the back here, just like this. So we got a nice short run to the mains power, and then DC is a nice short run over here. And then we'll put some wire anchors down and run things in this direction. So, hey Janjik, from Canada land. I have the 70 degree on mine, the same where Steve mounted his. Still going strong, but the angle sucks for trying to use Obico. I haven't tried any of those. The failure detection setups. For the narrow view cameras, look to Crow's Nest. That gives access to some additional parameters to tweak. It's from the mainsail crew. I'll look at that. Can't you just take the plastic plugs off and keep the pins on the wire? No, because these are all the female side of the plug, and we're going to a male side of the plug. See here? See the difference there? We'll have to recrimp all of those. Is there room to move the MKS 90 degrees clockwise? So you're thinking something like this, and no. This is all the way up against that stepper, and then it fits, but that's, I have zero clearance. I can't get to the SD card here. I can't get to USB or CAN. So I think this is gonna be the ticket. And I think it works pretty well. I can space that off just a little bit. And this is gonna be spaced up as well because it'll be on the mount. And then I'll just center this there, and I think that'll be pretty clean. I'm running Opico self-hosted on Unraid. It tries to work, but that top extrusion mount doesn't allow a good view for it to work. Yeah. Is electronics fitting that well into 120? Yeah, this is the 120 build. So I'm a little more cramped than the 160, the larger build. So, and then I've got, I did microfit connectors on the steppers, and then I'll run the little pigtails over to the controller, and then pigtails from the Z steppers. Now I already crimped those. We're gonna have a ton of crimping. I should have worn my Crimping Ain't Easy shirt, but this is better for today. We'll have a lot of crimping content today. So I did a little bit off camera in the stepper wires. So where do we want to start? I think we can start on the top at the tool head and get everything bolted up and arranged and figure out what camera angles are going to work for this. So let's see here. We are using a custom tool head. Curios, the Discord, helped me with this. It is the it's basically just the mini stealth burner fan setup, and the clockwork, the mini clockwork part of it has been replaced with just a cutout for an Orbiter V2. That shirt will generate questions if you wear it out. Wear it out or wear it out? It gets old and worn, or wear it out and about? Hey, Domenico, I'll see you back here later. I've misplaced my engineer crimpers. I thought maybe it was a sign I should get the Molex crimpers. Every time I think about it, I'm sure I don't have that much more to do. I've been very pleased with my iWis, these guys. The IWS, what is that, 2820Ms. Now, I've been using these for a couple of years now over many Crimson builds. The other day, the little lock here that holds it closed did pop out. I just pressed it back in, but that's the only problem I've had with it. Now Charlie wants out, so number 2. Charlie out number 2, set your 2-minute timer. So we're gonna need these. We're gonna need the wire strippers. I'm gonna have to figure out the best routing on all of these. We'll have to figure out what the best camera angles to show this are. Hey, Zarp. It's refreshing that you count the Charlians out by yourself. I'm just getting it rolling, you know? Get it rolling, get it figured out. Where are we? Hey, John. John is another individual that I met at OC Maker Faire. It was a pleasure to meet you, John. Hey, Tony. Oh, I can make a little counter on camera. Okay. We have a tool head board. We have a wiring harness. This is all well labeled, but we're gonna confirm a few wires. I think this side I'll be able to leave alone. These are labeled. Hey, Triple D Prince. Let's see here. Like this is what's labeled for a BL, so the probe, BL touch, or bed leveling. Bed leveling. Oh, here comes Charlie again. Was that 2 minutes? Power fan. I don't know if you can't really read those. So power fan, but it's a blue and a black wire, so we know the polarity on that. We have a heater, which is heavier gauge wire. And that one we're gonna need to polarize, make sure that we have the correct, know which one is going to 24 volts versus the signal wire, the ground, or the switched wire. And thermistor, X end stop, the extruder, stepper, and the hot end fan. So let's get to, since all of these are marked pretty well, let's get to depinning it. I want to retain as much wire as possible, so I think I'm just gonna depin these. So I'm gonna use the Molex tool here. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm thinking he's trying to lay somewhere else, and I kind of discouraged him from that. So I'm hoping he'll move down to his normal spot. Okay, so let me switch glasses, and we are going to start with an easy one. This goes in here, and then kind of wiggle the connector. And there, just like that. So those are still labeled and everything, so we are good. So all the way in, and then I just wiggle side to side. You don't twist this way because I think that's gonna cause the life of that to be shorter. All right, off like that. And Charlie's out again. So what is that, number 3? Right, like that. You know, honestly, and I'm jinxing myself, this is actually going easier than it usually does. These are genuine, they appear to be genuine Molex connectors, so maybe that's a part of it. Look at that. Let's hope this is a good view here. I hope it's useful. Okay, and then the last one. This is a Lineo harness. This is their first attempt at a solid fork harness, I believe. So, giving Leroy a little feedback on it. Look at that. Holy moly, that was way easier than it should have been. I don't know if I can get a good enough view on these, but these terminals have 2 little tangs or whatever that stick out, and what you're doing is pushing those back into the terminal. If we wanted to reuse these, and you can reuse them once or twice before they get too weak and break. You can get a thin object, the edge of an X-Acto knife or something, and gently pull those out just a little bit. But we're gonna actually cut these off. And like I said, recrimp them. And a couple of wires we're gonna pull all the way out of the harness because we're not gonna use them. So. Aren't you going to recrimp the wires? Why not just cut it off? Because I would lose those extra few millimeters of wire, and I just want to maximize my wire length. And plus, it was a nice demonstration for how to pull these apart. So let's go back here. Jekyll, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so now Always trying to maximize that wire length, yep. Let's get my mic fit 3 pins. Actually, I have some right here that I'm gonna use. Came in another set of things. And I think I might even have, I don't know what I have in the, oh yeah, I've got, this is other pieces, bits and pieces that came in the Lineo harness kit. Let me use their terminals. Is each wire labeled? They are labeled. Where it matters, individual wires are labeled, like for the probe wires. For instance, the heater wire, we're gonna have to tone this out and figure out which one, or designate one to be the 24 volt wire. And then the fans are, there's a black wire and a blue wire. So the black wire is the switched wire. Wire stretchers are hard to find and really expensive. Sorry, Steve, I should have missed some steps while you're dismantling the connectors, because this big collection of 7 connectors is just gonna take up too much space on this tiny tool head. So we're gonna replace it with one of these tool head boards and this one 14-pin connector. So we are going to get the information on this. Wilson, 5 R's. What is R? And thank you. Hi, Frank. Yeah, it's good to meet you too. I was there was half a dozen or so viewers that I met, and it was very, very nice. The biggest reason I went. Does the wire count to connector pins number match? It will match. Like I said, we'll be removing, we'll basically be removing the 24 volt side or the power side of each fan connector, and we'll just remove that wire completely because we won't need it, because the tool head board distributes the power to the fans and anywhere else that's needed. R is Rio from Brazil. Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you. Is this the same board as on my normal Stealth burner? No. This is we're gonna go, so this Chris Myler pancake board, we scroll down here. There's lots of information here. But really what we're interested in is this pinout. Now my feedback on this is this pinout is really confusing. It just, the way it's presented takes a little bit of extra thought that I think it could be cleaned up. But we're gonna go with it because this is what we have. So, I don't know if anybody else has had the same confusion trying to work with this, but yeah. Wilson, 20 real. Thank you. Mini AB is similar. So the reason I'm choosing, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but the reason I'm choosing this board is it does have 2 dedicated end stop ports. So since this is, I do need one for the probe and one for the X end stop. Then I'm gonna be going back and forth on just double checking my wiring here. But what is going to be the best way to represent what I'm doing? So I'm gonna go one thing at a time. Philip, thanks for the gifted memberships. So I'm gonna go one thing at a time, and plug them in and go with that. So using this as my reference, so just showing everybody this is my reference, I will be starting and maybe we'll try this camera angle here. Oh, and that was a little longer trip. Charlie's back now, just for those that are keeping count. Okay, where do we want to start? I think we're going to start by identifying which wire we're going to use for 24 volts. So that is critical on here. So I'm going to pull out my handy dandy 20-year-old Craftsman professional meter, put it in continuity mode. Yeah, my wife is opening the door. Put it in continuity mode and it's not continuity. There we go. So now I need to switch Z glasses and look for, I am going to grab one of these. And I think I'm just gonna pick one and grab my Sharpie, my red Sharpie, which is gonna rub off easily. So I'm gonna put it there and along this wire. There's a little insulation here that I'm just gonna put the Sharpie along. So I just wanna have some way of marking it. I could put a little, actually, let me add to this because it is, since I don't have a connector on it, let me grab a little piece of red heat shrink. My little box of scrap heat shrink tubing will be perfect for this. Let's see if I can get this diameter heat shrink over the pin here. No, so let me grab the next size up. So a little piece of red heat shrink is gonna be actually the best way to mark this side. Charlie does have the whole family trained, and I think he's actually getting ready to go back in. He's being a little turd. Okay, so a little bit of red heat shrink there, and let me grab the heat gun. And we are just going to fix that on there. Now we have it marked. How can you tell which is a positive and negative of the Revo heater? It doesn't matter at that point. The only thing that matters is because we're using a tool head board and we're taking the 24 volt source from the heater output on the controller, the only thing that matters is between here and the controller. What plugs in here, the Revo power, doesn't matter. It's not polarized. So let me make Charlie some room. Is there a reason you're torturing yourself with this and not using CAN bus? This isn't torture, wiring is fun. Okay. So now we are going to grab that pin that we just marked, and then there are two ferrules on this side. Not that one, it's that one. So this is the positive, and this one, I will just color the plastic part of this ferrule with the Sharpie. I love Sharpies. This is probably one of the, if there was a tools to have, a selection of Sharpies is really handy for this stuff. Like a not often recommended. Okay. Steve is one of those delusional souls that enjoys crimping. I do enjoy crimping. I know an old president that also loves Sharpies. Okay. That is identified. Is there anything else that we need to worry about? I think everything else is kind of labeled. So the stepper, let's go here. The stepper wires, each pair is a different color. So one pair is black, one pair is red. So I should be able to just wire those in, and then we'll figure out direction and stuff in firmware. Hey Paul, welcome. I prefer crimping over soldering any day of the week. I enjoy both. But I've been doing them for a very, 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 very long time. Okay, so we're gonna start with the power and ground wire. So we're gonna go power and ground, and where are we gonna grab? Yeah, both of those should. Where are we gonna grab ground? On the controller side. We don't want switched, we want actual ground. We'll need another 20, we'll need to string another, because we need a ground and we need a heater. So we're gonna need to string another wire in here. For the ground. We'll take out a bunch of wires, but we need three, we're gonna need three 20 gauge wires. One for the heater, switched heater, one for 24 volts, and one for ground. So I'll have to remember to do that. But for these, this is gonna be heater and power. So we're gonna just cut these off right at the crimp. And for this PTFE wire, I found that it's helpful on these cutters to go up to the next, or down to the next size. So for a 20 gauge wire, it works way better, at least for these cutters, to use the 22. And like 26 works better on the 24 gauge wires. Just for these PTFE wires, it seems to cut all the way through, but not actually hit the cut into the wire still. So then we will grab a couple of these pins and figure out, this will be fine either way. Oh, hi, Charlie. Charlie's up here now. Okay. Charlie wants to do a crimp too. Yep. And throw those away. Going for that thumb. Yes, he for some reason he's fascinated with crawling underneath the laptop here. I don't get it. I mean, here's the laptop, and he's, I don't understand. so back to, okay, you're in my way now, Charlie. There we go. So we got 24 volts here in the corner, and then heater 0, 2 pins over. So, and if we look at it down here, this is where this pinout gets a little confusing. Because the mental gymnastics, trying to relate this pin to how it goes into the board is, at least it trips me up. Hey, Mr. Joddy. Kyle, this is a harness from Linneo that they sent me for this build. Yeah, Charlie. Well, he had hit buttons on the old one. So let's see where this goes. This is right here. And this is here. That means that 24 is here. That means that this is like this, seen from the front. That is just so weird. I'm sorry, but that's just so counterintuitive to me to how I would think this would go. So that should be 24 volts. And then 2 over for the ground pin. And that is just for reference, that is what I've got so far. And that's gonna be my reference now for the rest of it. Now that I know I have those 2 in there correctly, I can just use those as my guide. Yeah, it just bugs me that you have to play those, you have to twist that in your head. And I don't know exactly what would be the best way to represent that, but it just bugs me. I ended up having to trace with the multimeter to make sure I had all the wires in the right spots. Yeah, the diagram is confusing. Okay, so we have 1 done. So now we can just kind of figure out where we're going from there. And really, we can go with the steppers probably. The stepper goes right below it. So, oh, and I hit that wrong. I actually did TH0 for some reason. So that's another, I messed that up. So I put this into TH0. So I need to pull this out, which is a good demonstration on reusing one of these pins. So I'm gonna pull this out because I screwed it up. So let me pull this pin out that I put in the wrong spot. It needs to go heat. So this is the other side of the connector, which just ends up being a little tighter. Get this in there. Wow, that's really tight on this. Oh, so that's why it's really tight. So I just grabbed this 14-pin connector. It's not a genuine Molex. It's not a genuine Molex, which I hope doesn't come back to bite me. It says something Imcon. And I may have to redo this because that is not. Use genuine parts, folks. think I'm gonna have to force this out of here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to just cut that out of there. So I'm gonna cut both and sacrifice a little bit of length. And I'm going to find, I might be stuck, uh-oh. Let me make sure I can find another, connector. Okay, so let's do this. There. You can be entertained with Charlie while I look for another connector. I need a 14-pin connector because I think that generic one is not going to cut it. Hey, I might have some genuine Molex ones here. Yes. I found a, let's see. These are from DigiKey. Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know if you can see that. Molex. Sweet. Okay. I should have used that to begin with. I didn't know I had those. I just figured that would be where they would be. So I'm just going to sacrifice those pins and cut it off and start over. Hi, Michael. Oh, what do we have? I have no idea what Charlie was looking at, but now he's away, so we can go back to this. Okay, back to it. We can work around Charlie. Charlie's an old man. He deserves to be a pain. Right? Okay, so we are going here and here. So we're gonna go, where'd my grippers go? Here, why don't you go down here and find your little sleepy spot? Okay, back to where we were. So now we have the connector here. We are going 24 volts here, and right next to it is heater. So the power one, heater, and right like that. And then we're in business. What are you doing? He's not cooperating today. I have the Charlie sleeping cam all set up for him, and he's not going there. That's funny, Bill. Okay. Heater, 24 volts. The next two are, well, let's go on the bottom. Let's do the bottom row at this point. So that is the stepper wires. Let's move this one out of the way. We can just pull these up out of here. This nice PTFE wire slides in the sheathing fine, so I can just kind of pull it out and cut all these off. Strip. And then more pins. 1, 2, 3, 4. And one more. It's getting breezy outside. Okay, so those are done. And we can pull this back. And we're just gonna go do them in pairs. So these are just pairs. So I should be able to just go these two here. And that's right below, yep. A pairs and B pairs. 1, 2, and then 3 and 4. And then pull the little label up to it. And now we've got 6 of our 14 wires done. Wow, it's breezy. Nice. Did you make, oh, you make crimping look so easy? Just lots and lots of practice. I think I would have destroyed the connector housing in an attempt to save the crimped on pin. I have plenty of pins. We are good. So the next one along the bottom is switch 1. So what do we want switch 1 to be? Do we want switch 1 to be the, oh, hey, Leo the human. Another fine person I met at Maker Faire. So we're looking for the signal wire of one of the switches. So switch 1 and switch 0. So switch 1 I'm going to use for the Z, and switch 0 I'm going to use for X. So switch 1 I'm going to use for Z. So I'm going to grab the what they call the BL, the bed leveling connector part here, which is just terminated in, it's not fully terminated on the other side. It doesn't have a connector on it. It's just pins, because you can go to different connectors depending on what you're doing. I only need one piece from this, so I'm going to grab the one that's labeled with the blue pin. See, on this side, they just wrap this up to keep it from catching on things, but it gives me another little piece of Velcro to have though. These little Velcro straps are nice to have. So I'm only gonna need the blue wire here. So I'm actually gonna remove the red and black wire from the harness. So the blue wire on this side is gonna get pulled out and pinned into there. Okay, so does this view seem reasonable? Can you see? I think you can see what I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, blue off. Strip and pin. Hey Steve, how's your Ender 3 Pro switch wire conversion printing? I haven't printed with it yet. I'm getting back to that project. I'm gonna do a follow-up video. I just need to get it done. It's coming. I'm slowly getting caught up. I got the orange V2 350 that used to be behind me is now gone, and I have my LDO, the blue, gray, and Lulzbot green printer is back. So I'm very happy to have that back and in my arsenal of printers I can print with. So slowly getting caught up. I still have to think how the pin goes in the connector, so that's a good point. I don't think I can get a good enough focus shot of that, but if you look at these pins, they're bent up, right? So the kind of U shape is up. In that same direction, there's a couple of little tings on the front side of the connector here. Inside of a, let's see if a genuine one has it. Where'd my genuine connectors go? Nope, not that one. Where did those go? There they are. Well, inside of here, if you looked through, maybe if you look through on some, you can see 2 slots for them to go in. But I guess another way to look at it, it seems to be you put those tangs towards the latch. It seems to be. Okay, so right next to the stepper motors is switch 1. So I'm gonna go switch 1 right there. And these other 2 wires, I'm not gonna remove them right now, but they're gonna get removed from the harness. So let's pull those back like that. When you finish a printer, you should print something on it in the background of the next video when you start the next project. That's not a bad idea. I can work towards that. What's happening with the LDO Trident? I haven't gotten back to it yet. I have not started to repair it or anything. I have a couple other things that need to come before that, including building my 250 Trident, which the intent is to do some short videos on it. So, what crimping tool am I using? I am using the iWis Yes, IWS 2820M. I like that name though, Trident. It doesn't need a full rebuild. So the next pin is the part fan. So we're gonna look for the part fan, and here it is. So we got the part fan, and we're only going to grab the black wire here because that is the switch side. The red or the blue wire is gonna be 24 volt. And that'll be already labeled on this side, so I can just remove the blue wire and call it good, so. So that's part fan. Pull this out a little bit. Hey, Sanity. Why a 250 Trident and not a 350 that you could eventually modify? Because I already have a 250 Trident, the orange one that I built a year ago now on stream, right after Trident was released. So I already have that one, which is a 250. I also, and it's an orange LDO frame. I also have just a frame for a 350. So I'm going to take the extrusions from the 350 frame and make a 250 by 350 Tridex. So that's why. What am I missing? And I have to get close here because I got the wrong glasses on. Do you prefer the Tridents over the 2.4 R2? I have a very biased opinion because I think someone else mentioned that, yeah, I did the dev work on Trident, so. Yeah, last year, September 1st was my first on YouTube stream. So we've been doing this for a year now. LDO 250 Trident frame prime accent colors. I've already printed. So this will be my space gray frame with these printed parts. So this is Polymaker Teal ASA, KVP Proper Purple ABS, and KVP Hot Jade Pink. So kind of going with the, I can't think of the name, but yes, an 80s video game type Outrun big theme. Yes, I'm sure Jared is very proud of me. So. Okay, where were we? Did we just crimp that? I like this Stream Deck. It's nice. So part fan now. Let's back a bit, and part fan is the next one in the series.
Good morning, Steve. How can I help?
Why did... I said the next one in the series, and my phone heard me.
Question.
That doesn't happen often. Okay, so next is ground. So we're gonna run a new 20 gauge wire for ground. So that'll be separate from what we've done so far. So 5 volts I don't need to run, so I'm not going to. I have nothing on the board that's gonna need a 5 volt source. So that's, if we're referring back to this diagram here, this is what I'm looking at. So let me bring this up again just so you see. I put my phone across the room too. So now we have 24, so thermistor gets its own pair of wires. So we're gonna keep the, oh, I guess Charlie went out again and I didn't notice it. So Charlie has left and now he's come back. So I don't even remember where we're at on that. But TH0 and TH1. So this is just thermistor, pin 1 and pin 0 and pin 1. Yeah, and you can see down here in the diagram, TH1, TH0. So let's go back to here. Oh. Is that a SMD header on the PCB for the main Molex? No, it's through hole. These FEP wires are so slick. FEP and PTFE. The wire halfway through the harness as you're stripping it. We need an in and out Charlie icon. Well, if anybody has icon suggestions, they are welcome. Where are we at here? Yes, Charlie. I don't know if you guys could hear that. Oh, there he is. Okay. Okay, TH. Let's see where we're at here. So TH0 and TH1, they're not polarized, so it doesn't really matter which one is which. Put that in there, and then we can move the little label up closer. Then in order for the description to match, it would need a mirror on 2 planes. I don't get it. I missed something. Hey, Christian. Hey, KB3D. Welcome. Why are we tearing? Uh-oh. Well, because I realized that this bundle of connectors, along with their mating pair, the mating side, is going to be a giant unmanageable mess on a small tool head. So I was chatting with Leroy yesterday and decided to just rewire it to use one of these Chris Myler pancake PCBs. So nothing wrong with the harness. It's just that for these small tool heads, I think it's unrealistic to try to manage 7 microfit 3s at the tool head. Okay, next is switch 0. So this will be X stop. So that's this guy. And we have 2 wires that are both blue, because this is not normally a polarized connection, so we are going to make it so. How are we going to identify that? I guess I can just identify it by pulling on it, and that'll be fine. So let's pull this out here and just pick one, because it doesn't matter. Oh, thank you. I forgot my water in the other room, so it was brought to me. A nice 40-inch TV would be perfect to have chat on. I just don't have any place for it. Okay, so thermistor 0, thermistor 1, then S0. And once again, I'm referring to this diagram here. So S0, and then we just have the hot end fan, and we'll be pretty much done. So that pin there. Oh, to make sure these are inserted all the way. Now they are. And then hot end fan is this guy. So we need the black wire from that. Once again, we'll just be removing the blue wire. And this isn't, I mean, takes a little bit of time, but the process isn't too bad. Okay, so that, and now we need to add a ground wire. So let me go dig into my wiring supplies, and we're gonna have to fish. I hope I can fish a wire through this. It'll probably be easier when I remove some of these other wires. I have my contact set up monocular. Took a bit to get used to, but worked great in the end. Interesting. I don't mind switching glasses. These are 5 times magnification, so they really help for this close-up work. Hi, Charlie. Here, we'll give you that view while I look for some black 20 gauge wire. And I think I have some in here. I think this is it. Yeah. This is also a FEP. I have PTFE, but I'm just keeping things somewhat consistent, and this is going to be long. Okay. I think this is going to be easier to get through once I remove some of these wires. So let's get moving on that and let's confirm we are good. I want to sanity check myself where every function we have accounted for. The only thing we're missing is a ground and we're not using the 5-volt line. So I could probably leave the 5-volt here. Is there any reason to or not to? There's no reason to, so I'm not going to run the extra wire. So this hot end fan power wire, we're going to cut off, and then we're going to pull it through. And on the other side, the hot end fan power wire should pull all the way through. And then we are going to depin it. And I just use this X-Acto knife is not sharp anymore, but it ends up being a nice, can be a way to push that tang down. I don't know what a better way to do that is, but now this can come out of here. So that's a wire that I'm not gonna need, but I'll put it in my scraps drawer. And there's the hot end fan. And that can pull through tight. The bed leveling probe can come out. And those I'm gonna lose the indicators on it, but that's okay. Yeah, let's pull those. And that's these two. These two wires. There we go. Those two are gone. I hope I'm not making a mistake. This is the wire for the X end stop. So we need to figure out which one this is. Oh, part fan. Let's do the part fan wire. That's this guy. There we go. Part fan wire. It's this guy. Cut it off. Oh, I am scrolled up in chat. Let's see, I'm missing stuff. I probably missed stuff. Let me see. Oh, KB3D. Thanks for gifting the memberships. And they're actually going out. Awesome. Oh boy, I missed a lot. Check wires on right pin, on white plugs, and they, oh yeah, I'll check it when we go to wire it up. Okay, I'm caught up. We missed our sanity double checks. So now this one comes all the way out. Okay. And the X end stop. So we got to figure out which one this is, and that's that one. I picked one. It means I may have to repin this. Derek, thanks for gifting the memberships. Oh, hey, Zeraji. How you doing? There we go. Okay, so that is the one I pulled, which means we can cut it here and pull it here. Oh, come on. There we go. There. Okay, now all we have over here, oops, I didn't realize that wasn't there, are all the labeled, well, I'm gonna leave all these labels here, but all the labeled wires and a little bit of nice space there. So hopefully I can get the extra ground wire ran just fine. And clean up some of my remnants here. Camera position is bad. Yeah, sorry about that. Doing good, rebuilding my printing, adding Hydra 3-point leveling system. Awesome. I'm doing well. It is nice and cool here now, which is a nice contrast. So one wire to go. So I have this 20 gauge wire. I am going to try, just gonna try pushing it through from this side. Will it go all the way through? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Well, first try. First try. Drama free. Awesome. Whew, we're already an hour and a half in. It doesn't seem like that. Okay, and then into the ground spot. Okay, so now we have that instead of, really, to do this fair, I should grab the other side. 1, 2, 3, and then one of these. And let's grab 2 of these because I don't have enough of the other. So this is basically what would have had to fit in the spot that this one's going to fit in. That's why we're doing this. I can't make it to Earth? Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer, Zero G. I am going to Earth. Okay, that is done. So now this would plug in right here. And now we need to figure out, so we have a tool head. We need to figure out all the wiring that's gonna go here. So this, I'm gonna just let this be at an angle. So the orbiter, this is designed for a V0 that, or whatever, that has the stepper horizontal. The mounting holes are horizontal to each other. On an orbiter, it's gonna mount at an angle, and I think that's gonna be just fine. It's not gonna hurt anything. So let's set this aside for a minute because this is done. Now I need some printed parts. I need little standoffs that are gonna need some heat sets. heat sets. Let's rearrange my stuff over here. Those work well in mini Sherpa extruders. Okay. It's on the back. You won't have to look at the crooked board. Yeah, I thought about making a new mounting system for it, but this will be perfectly fine. Get my heat set stuff going. Okay, turn that on. Earth is less than 3 weeks away. I'm close to ready though. I've actually extended my trip an extra day on each end just so I'm not stressed. So I'll be there all of Friday through Monday. Gotta get my hotel for Earth soon. You haven't gotten your hotel yet? Where are you planning on staying? Okay. Since this was working pretty well, let's just do this. One. Two. Hey, Dustin, welcome. There we go. Let's see here. You're not shipping anything, are you? Nothing big. I'm gonna ship the Death Racer. I'm gonna ship it because I'm taking on the flight with me a V0, but it'll get checked. And I have and I did that for Murph. I took a V0 to Murph, and it survived the airport stuff just fine, so I'm gonna take that chance again. Is there going to be an update on the Ender switchwire build coming? Yes, and that's just me getting it done. So Lester, and the Ender to switchwire build needs a follow-up video, and I know I have some. I've taken a little bit of footage. I need to get it done. The DIY standoff, yes. Aluminum standoffs are nice too. Okay, so we are going to put these hopefully on here. Those thread in like that. Thanks, Dustin. I'm pretty pleased with how the build's coming together. Okay, so that's gonna go there, and then we're gonna try to figure out how everything gets lined up now with this tool head. And we're gonna set everything up. Did the Let Lost package ever find its way back? Zero G, check a couple of videos. My last video, the surprise video was all about unboxing and surveying the damage. I have it, it's here in my garage. That's off. For those looking for a soldering iron for heat sets, AliExpress has them. Okay. Time to hit. See you, Malfrey. Yes, it's a Trident now. And it may end up a certain shade of brown and yellow as the printed parts. I'm not 100% decided on that yet, but it might. Steve at the airport with a V0. It's a 3D printer officer, I swear. So apparently, someone from Murph took the V0. I don't remember his name. It's Timot's friend. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. I'm drawing a blank. But he built a V0 at Murph and took it back as carry-on. Set it underneath the chair in front of him. Took it as carry-on. Okay, this is going on here. So I need a couple of M3 button heads. And we're just mocking this up right now. Ever notice Z banding lines caused by the CW2? I have not. And I have CW2 running on several printers. Griffin, thank you. Okay, so I've bolted that on, but I'm also going to double check, look at that gap there, and make sure that none of the pins or none of the components can short out on the stepper. And it looks like there is enough space and it's fine. So just something I think people should pay attention to. Whatever space you're using, make sure that over time, the component leads can't hit the stepper and short out. That'd be funny, Delmar. Okay, so that goes there, and I think I'm gonna run this. I don't want to cut this lead too short, so I think this is gonna come around. Now this stepper, I actually swapped out. It already had a JSTPH connector on it, so it's already kind of set up for this. So this is gonna come around here and plug in, just kind of hug the whole setup like that, and that'll be good. So now we have to figure out heater and thermistor and fans. So let's do fans first, because we need to put those inside the setup here. So we can pull this out. And I'm doing the Revo Micro here. Kyrios on Discord made this little setup here for me, including this adapter. There's a spacer that fits the PCB to go behind it. It has a zip tie spot to hold the wires. I don't remember who modded it. Where is that on is that on here? I've never actually paid attention to that. I've always just, look, let's see what's in the STLs. A backing plate. Let's look at this. Oh, interesting. But this is going in the wrong direction for me anyway, so it'll be fine. So for anyone else's info, there are some parts out here that you can print. There's a backing plate and there's a cover. Okay, kind of make the whole thing look a little neater. I like it. Here's a, I want to go back another one. Let's grab this and just put it into chat here. So that is good to know, but I'm not going to use it because mine's at a wrong angle for that anyway. Oh, okay, fans. One, 2, and 3. So going along with the theme of this is a very combination build. Some stuff I have on hand, some stuff I've purchased, some stuff has been given to me. I have fans on hand from V0 builds and plans to build. So that's where these are coming from. You want Chaos Maker's mount? That's okay. There we go. So we will need to extend the wires for the hot end fan. So this needs to go in there. And that kind of gets pushed over and going up this wire channel here. And then this fan comes along the bottom and up like this. And I've got a wire pinched in there. There we go. Goes in there, and then this one is nice and easy. It just goes straight in like that. So now I have 3 fans, 2 of which I only need to put a connector on the end because they're just going to go straight to these 2 spots. And then this one needs to be extended just a little bit because it's going right there. Just a little bit, but I'm gonna make it to where it goes up the side and gets zip tied in place. And so I need to add about 3 centimeters of wire. So, Bills, thanks for becoming a member. So we're mocking this up, kind of figuring out where stuff goes, and then we're gonna cut wires and put connectors on. So I think this one is gonna be the easiest to figure out. This is just going straight here, straight to this spot. So I'm just gonna cut this one and I'll end up with a little extra that I can tuck into to kind of keep it out of the way. But that just gets cut. And then this one, I'm gonna save the hot end wire for a bit. This one can go straight to there, but if I ever decide to straighten this, I don't want it to be too short. So I'm gonna give myself just a little bit of extra room and then just tuck it behind the stepper wires or something. So I'm gonna give myself just a little bit of extra room on that one. And then we'll pop the connector off of here and solder new wires on the hot end fan wires, or the hot end fan. Extend it. I'm surprised you don't have a 30mm reamer to round the fan hole. It's fine. It's a little bit of a bridge up there. And it's not within the area where it's pulling air, so. Okay, let me get my JST-PH. We all love JST-PHs, right? JST-PHs are the most fun terminals to crimp. JST-PH, this is just an Amazon variety set. So, grab some terminals. I'm gonna need 2 and 3 of these, and then I'm gonna need a couple for the end stops. So, and those are gonna be 3-pin, even though I'm only using 2. So I'm gonna grab those. And what else? Sure fun if you like stabbing yourself with a fork. What about a salad fork? Hmm? Okay, those, and then polarity. So one of the things that kind of bugs me about this board is the polarity is not is not well noted. If you look at this diagram, it's really kind of difficult to figure out and especially the graphic might be a little better, but when you're looking at the board itself, which of these pads is 24 volts and which is signal? Now I see that this pad comes down along here and comes up and goes to the other one. That's our that's our 24 volt line. But look at this. You look at this, and this is the voltage, and this is the signal wire, and it's all about perspective. It feels like they switch perspective on this diagram, and you have to do that mental gymnastics in order to actually get what's going on. So I don't know. It bugs me. So we need to figure out which pin is which way that this goes in. So we're gonna start here and crimp a couple of pins on and then figure out how it goes. And I might be able to cheat on that by looking at one of my previous builds, because I had this on my V0. The V0 I took to Merv, which has the mini stealth burner by Trident. Anyway, and it's going to get, I think it's going to get this can board, but I still have the pins in here. So we're gonna go red on that side, and I'll just use that to refer to it to make sure I'm doing it right. The square pads would be 24 volt. And on this board, that's adjustable or configurable. There are solder jumpers up here that you set your hot end fan or your part fan to either 5 or 24 volts. And those, I've got them both set up for 24 volts. Yeah, I went through all this continuity testing on the first setup. That's why I'm just gonna use this one, which I keep dropping the screw that's holding the hot end in. That's why I'm just gonna use this one as a reference, because I've already done that work. Hey, Nuno. Yeah, it's very confusing. I think there could be some improvements done on that diagram. Okay, so these are thin little wires. I think we're all the way down to 28 gauge. And I get to use the tiny 1 millimeter spot on my crimpers here. Okay, let me pull this in here so I can get an idea for what way I want to crimp this. So I want to do it exactly as it's sitting right there. So this is going to get bent out of the way. This is going to go on there. 1 millimeter crimp. There we go. There's one. And 2. And then this goes in here. Like so. And I might grab a little flathead screwdriver to help push those in. Liam, thanks for becoming a member. That's all the way in. So then this is gonna go in here and be a little bit of a pain getting lined up. Right like that. So that'll go like that, and then I'll bend this kind of in an angle like that to keep it out of the way of the guidler. Patrick, thanks for gifting the memberships. What crimper are you using? Centene. It is the IWIS, IWS-2820M, as in monkey. I have a tool head board I've used yet, surely because I don't want to crimp the tiny connectors on it. Yep. Okay, so now the next one is just the same thing. I cut these, for some reason I cut these at an angle and it's bugging me. So I'm gonna cut them flush. Split the wires just a little bit. Are we there yet? We're getting close. Getting closer. I am expecting, I think I mentioned it, I'm expecting to go a little long today. The plan is to definitely do configuration and print next stream, if not today. So I want this to go a maximum of one more stream after today. I don't know, we're 2 hours in right now, and we are having some pretty good progress because this is not gonna take all that long to get this tool head board all finished wiring up. These are thin little wires, so I don't really want to push on it too much. So I'm just gonna massage that in with the screwdriver pushing on the terminal itself instead of on the wire. There we go. This is gonna go and kind of bend under. And I'm gonna go right underneath that wire. And I have extra room here in case I want to change the angle of this tool head board later. So that's just gonna go there, and that can just tuck under there like that. Out of the way, nice and hidden. It'll get zip tied out of the way as well. Okay. Did I miss a few things? Did I thank Liam? Thank you for becoming a member, Liam. Patrick, thanks for gifting the memberships. I don't think we'll be configuring and printing today. I think but we may get some of it. We may get into it, but I don't think we'll be printing for sure. We might start config. We'll see. I just had another Revo thermistor die. That makes 3. Are they all the white wire earlier versions, Bradley? I've had 1 die. But they're honoring warranties on those, so. Okay, we're gonna pull this connector out. And once again, I'm trying to save as much wire as I can. So I'm using my dull X-Acto knife there, just something sharp, not sharp, but small and pointy. These come off. Then I need some wire. Can you make an extension cable for the cooling fan? I could make an extension cable, but that's another connector here to deal with. Instead, I'm just gonna solder on a very short extension. It doesn't have to be very long. It only has to be a few centimeters. Yeah, all the white early ones, all 3 I've bought have died. So I have another one of those. I put in one of my printers to print on it to see if it's gonna fail, but it hasn't failed yet. We're talking about the Revo thermistors, the early ones. Okay, I think I'm gonna grab a couple of lengths of that, or yeah, I think I'm just gonna grab a couple of lengths of black and red PTFE wire here. It's a little heavier gauge, and we don't need much. So I am going to take these wires and I'm going to cut one of them a little shorter. And the only reason is if I cut one a little shorter, it's going to stagger the joints and it's just going to make it slightly less bulky. Just slightly. Strip those. And strip these. Yeri, was your replacement the blue thermistor wires or it's still the white? So I wonder if they've corrected it with the blue ones or not. Okay, we're gonna get the soldering iron out and switch it over to solder mode. Oh, hey, I almost didn't notice. There we go. Replacement was white wire, okay. I would just open the case and solder new wires to the fan at this point. Everything's gonna be constrained. It'll be zip tied out of the way. I don't really want to open the case or get to the wires on this. So this will be fine. A little bit of solder prep, and I need some shrink tubing, which I don't have to put on yet because I've got an open end. Shrink tubing there, and the thinnest, and right there. And power on. Ooh. I'm glad Charlie is obliging. Let's look at this. It is not that easy. So if you look at the fan I have here, I'd have to get the plastic I don't think I can get to it actually, just pulling that sticker off. It's not like these that you pull the sticker off and you can see the solder joint. Just looking at this closely, I don't think I can get to the solder joints easily. Go. There we go. That was not heat shrink, that was silicone insulation. That and that. That and that, and my heat gun. That is done. Now I need to figure out how long I want these to be. So I'm gonna bring these also up behind these stepper wires. That's gonna zip tie there. And once again, I want a little bit of extra length, so I think I'm gonna go all the way to here. All right, like that. Hi, Ronald, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Back to stripping and crimping. And a couple of these. Little advice, don't touch heat sets you just set into a part. That is good advice. You get little ring burns. One. And one more. And the same orientation as the last ones. Where'd my little screwdriver go? There we go. And hot end fan right there. And then those bend over out of the way, and we're keeping this nice and clean. Hey, Jose. Charlie moved. Oh. Okay, I like how this is turning out. It's nice and clean. Nothing's out of the way. We're making sure we remain cereal friendly, cereal eligible. Okay, so switches will have to happen after we get it up on the on the tool head. We are a little over 3 hours in. We're doing good. No, 2 hours in. Only 2 hours in. We're doing really good. Okay, hot end. So, Revo Micro has all its stuff still here. One neat thing, this serial number tag is heat shrink. So once I figure out how this is going, I'm gonna shrink that. You can still read everything on it. I don't know if the QR code will work, but you can at least see the serial number. So I'm gonna put this in here, and then I think I'm gonna run these on this side. So that's gonna go something like that. And then this is gonna go here, and probably, I might just leave this length. I just have to change the end to plug into the thing. And then the thermistor has to come over here, and it is gonna need to be extended because it's just barely not long enough. So it's gonna have to be extended by just next to nothing. So that's gonna go there, that goes there. I think that'll clear everything under and around on the printer. So, Ronald, how long are you gonna be streaming for? I expect this to be a much longer stream than 3 hours. My cap is about 6 or 7 hours based on my microphone battery. So that is the most we will stream today. But I would like to finish this build at the latest next weekend. Then I'm gonna get back to the Voron kit build. Oh, Charlie's doing his hugging his legs thing, huh? Okay, so that's gonna go there, that's gonna go there. We can heat shrink the heater wire there, so let's pull this out and put that in there and heat shrink that. So this is, I mean, you see it's a white thermistor. It is a white wire thermistor, but it just makes it a little more manageable to shrink it up. Hey, see ya, John. Thanks for being here. So, like I said, that just ends up being just a little more manageable. Keeps it out of the way a little easier. See ya, Max. Thanks for being here. That way you don't feel like you have to remove the serial number. You always know it. In general, that's going to make it small enough to not be in the way. So. And like I said, I think I'm gonna leave that full length and just bend the wire out of the way to where it ends up being the right length. So let's go back to my handy dandy pin remover and see how much easier that is to get in there on a genuine Molex connector. Oops, I went right into the connector on that one. Just a little bit of wiggle. Fold right off. Now I'm gonna try to reuse those. So I'm just gonna take my sharp edge, and I don't know if this is gonna come through, but if we just reach in here, we can just barely, don't bend too much, just barely bend those back. And like I said, you can do this, you can get away with this once or twice before they end up weakening too much. Only once or twice before you have to replace the terminal. Right like that. Okay. Got a box of various connector things, so let's find the right angle if they're in here. The right angle connector. Yep, they're there. I need to organize these a little better. Get some bins set up for them, but I haven't done that yet. So now all of this just goes in. Let's try going right like. There we go. And then this is going to twist and plug in right there. This is going to get heat shrunk or zip tied there. And then that still stays out of the way of the guidler. And it's plugged in and nice and tight and neat. Now the thermistor is a little more of a pain because it needs to stretch to this connector there. And it needs a change pin. So let's pull this off. That's gonna go right there. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pull the connector off. Mostly I need to do this anyway because I like to reuse these connectors. But I'm not gonna reuse these terminals. Need to organize better. Oh, that one pulled out. Monkey Butler Labs, member for 4 months. Thank you. Thanks for all you do for the community. Well, thanks for hanging out. This is why I do it, because it's fun. It's a motivation to actually do stuff. I wouldn't have done half the projects or made half the project on stuff or progress on stuff if it wasn't for doing this stream. Okay, so this is gonna go in here, and then I need just a little bit. So let me go find I'm just gonna go to some PTFE wire. I know I have some white PTFE wire. Right here. This might even be a little thin, but it doesn't matter. It's just a thermistor. Cut a couple of pieces off. And go to the same thing. We'll cut that one a little short. And I do not have white heat shrink that'll shrink down that far, so I'll just use some black. Is Charlie going to Earth with you? If there was any possible way to make that actually work, it'd be fun, but hell no. That would be so stressful for me and him. Some heat shrink. And let's extend it. And this fiberglass insulation wire is just such a pain in the neck. I'm gonna get in here and clean it up. At least get some of the bigger bits of leftover fiber off. There we go. And heat up the soldering iron again. Ah. How about a live cam of all of his sleeping spots instead? This is probably his favorite. He is all about hugging that leg. I've never had a cat that did that before. That. Oh, he's doing something. There we go. Then we're going to put the heat shrink down over it. There we go. It works because he tends to sleep in the same spots for long periods at a time. So I don't have white heat shrink that's small enough diameter for this. So that'll never be seen. It's gonna go right here. So this is just gonna go right there, and that's gonna get tucked right behind the stepper. Unless he's outsmarting the cam, absolutely. But he still has been going to that spot. I missed a 2-pin, so I need a 2-pin here. And 2 more pins. Okay, so this is going here. That's there. This is here. And I think I'm just gonna let that kind of follow that that curve with the heater wires. Cut that right there. NH3D, member for 5 months. Thank you. Thanks for the awesome content and work. You're welcome. And one more. So for this little module, this is the last crimp. Now I have to do the end stops, but and I'm going to label those because they're less obvious. Okay. Oh, what number of Charlie wanting out is this? Let me go let him out. There we go, and then that's gonna go like that. That's looking good. Okay. Harness came with some zip ties. Oh, yep, Charlie is out. Okay, I don't want to, okay, I need to figure out how long a PTFE tube I need to put in here because it's time. Which means I probably need to unplug these and actually just do some measurements. There we go. And that comes off like that. All of this can stay there. How long is that tube gonna need to be? I think it's about that long. Where's my little ruler? There it is. So that's 17, is that right? I'm just kind of holding this in, go to there. Oops, I'm not actually showing what I'm doing. Let's go 17 plus whatever it needs to be going in here, which is not much. $17 plus 8, 9, 26. Let's go 26. We can trim it if we need to. That is Charlie out 5? Okay. So this isn't really mini stealth burner. This is a mini stealth burner fan setup, but it's an Orbiter V2 kind of meshed into it. Curios on Discord did this for me. 26.5, is that actually what it should be? Is there, I mean, I just figured there wasn't an actual number out there, so I would wing it. My handy dandy little cutter. sharp X-Acto. Just cut that flush, and then 26. I'm gonna go 26 because just a hair short isn't going to hurt. So I'm gonna go out to 25.99. Push this through. Right there. Yes, Colin, we are still in the soon trademark realm. So cut that flush, and then I take my little 60-degree or whatever countersink bit and do a little countersink or a little chamfering. We're on the same page, Kyle. Kyle, how would you say that? Kyle, is Kyle okay, or would you prefer me to pronounce your name differently? Okay, so I got a countersunk bit. Let's see how reasonable this seems. Make sure nothing's down in there. Can't wait, just had to take Mini Afterburner apart again. That is the biggest advantage to Mini Stealth Printer. It is a much simpler install. Okay, so I have that PTFE tube in, and let's see how close that is. See if it goes in here without any drama. Yeah, it goes right in there. So I'm gonna figure that I'm really close. And it's gonna be close enough. So now this guy can go back on. This can go back on. And then I can take my zip ties and get these all cleaned up. So I think this is it that's gonna go on under these zip ties. So that's gonna have to go right like that. And then this, I want that to go over just like that. It's not putting any undue stress on the Revo strain relief. And I think all of that will, yep. Belts might help hold it in place. Oh, I guess you couldn't see that. But. And then the one over here. Okay, that is clean. So then from the front, you'll see these wires here. I could have probably covered those in a heat shrink to make it a little neater, and I might do that later, but that is all in place. Then that is at an angle, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. But I am pleased. Okay, moving on. Let me get some of this stuff cleaned up. This was one of these. Well, that's fine. This is the other one. These are plans for LEDs on the mini afterburner. The mini stealth burner? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's not a lot of room. Oh, here comes Charlie. It's being let back in. Okay, back to this. We have this bundle of wires coming from the micro switches and stuff on the tool head, on the X carriage. Everything is, there's no racking. That was all done. We did that last time and then I redid it when I replaced the carriage. I need a label maker. Charlie is in 5, okay. See where he's gonna settle. He wants to settle in the sun. Maybe we'll let him settle in the sun. Give me half a moment. Let me straighten up the mess I made over here. Let me straighten up that mess. Let's turn that off. And let's see if we can actually get a reposition the Charlie cam. Let's see how that does. There we go. He is going to settle there. Okay, this is just a brother, what is it? It is a PT-D600, and I've got it working off of batteries right now, which is kind of nice. And I'm just gonna put, I think I'm just gonna put Z and X and call that good. Print. This one is very annoying in that I'm gonna waste about 8 times more heat shrink than I'm gonna use because it doesn't cut it at this point. Now I have to go in and do a feed and cut operation to actually get it back, and I end up with this. So it does the job, but it's not efficient. So what happens is I cut these off, and these are white heat shrink, but it's way too large to have used for those thermistor wires, but they end up going in my little bin, my little scraps. Okay. We got Charlie on camera as he should be. We've got I don't know if this is gonna work. We've got these wires here. So 2 of them are coming from the these two are coming from the Z. So I'm gonna grab my Z1. It's just too large a diameter to use for that other wire. It doesn't shrink all the way down, so then it just slides on the wire. So it wouldn't have worked. So that's Z. I don't, maybe we can just go this way? I don't know. And this is X. So now, get these dunked on there. And I can move them around, but now they're identified. When you have more than one, you chain print. Absolutely. I tried to do a whole printer worth of them, and now I'm annoyed that I didn't do Y as well, because I have the Y end stop wires right here that I didn't think about. Oops. Is Charlie asking to go out? No, he's not allowed out. He's an indoor only cat. See ya, high-tech, low-tech Greg. Let's move this, okay. So, I think what we can do is put the tool head on here. So this is gonna go where we're at. Is that correct? There we go. Nice. Little bit of belt sticking out there, but that's okay for now. It's nice and sturdy. And then when we go over here, we trigger the end stop. Yes, 15. Yes, yes, yes. Seriously, Charlie? Let's go into his old location again. We'll see what he does. Oh boy. What is gonna be the best way to route these? What is going to be the best way to route these? I don't want to route these straight up the back. I don't want to run them across the beam here, so they need to go up the front. So I guess they'll just kind of run to either side. So which one did I have set for? Well, of course I did. Okay. So they're gonna cross in order to get to the connector. Arduino follow Charlie cam. Here, let's turn that off. There we go. It's back to his other spot. What bed sensor am I using? I'm using a clicky. That's the default setup for this build. Clicky. Okay, tool head's gonna have to come back off. These wires are gonna have to route from the front. So let's do that. Just to appease the masses. So this comes off here. Now these I'm going to have to cross because X I set is 0. So that's going to come down around here and then up in front of the belts. And there's no real good way to tie these into place. But I think they're by default out of the way. Come up. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. Where did you go? Trying to do this without being able to see. There we go. This one's got to go up the front here. I think this will do the same. Come out the front here. Keep them out of the way, and then up either side like this. And that keeps everything out of being able to rub on anything. Okay, so those being routed that way, I think I can put the tool head back on now. Okay, I don't want to use the torque of the screwdriver to finish tightening these, so. Okay, so now those are running there, and now Z is going to plug in right there, and I just barely left enough wire. Yeah, and then I can zip tie those to the other bundle and keep things nice and tied. So. Oh, there goes the quickie. Let's go there. And then this one is going to do something similar. So we're going to have it run a little extra wire and go there. Okay, let's catch up. You can trim your belt now. I could, but I'm not ready to, and it's not really in the way. There's a recent video on how to identify fake ones. Yeah, Clow42 did that video. Okay, I think let's go here because I'm going to be doing some stripping and crimping on printer, so I should do this. This is going to be a royal pain. You can come over here. That's those. And Oop, that's a bit much. There we go. Sounds like it would be next to impossible to know if you're buying legit if you're buying it off online, right? We are almost done with toolhead wiring. We can move on to getting the harness in there and then under the deck. At the almost 3-hour mark, we're doing good. I'm about ready for a snack though. I have to go grab a granola bar or something. And one more. Then we got to figure out what pins these go in. White Orbiter versus the LGX Lite, Selfish, etc. I like to try a bunch of things, and I hadn't tried the Orbiter 2 yet. That's why I'm picking Orbiter for this. Okay, so those are done. Now we have ground on one side. Oh, that might be kind of easy to figure out and figure out the pin out for these then. Just to confirm pin out. It's like 5 volts is the Hey Modbot, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are making progress. We have a wired up tool head with just 2 more connectors to do, and then we are moving on to the main harness. It is coming along. I'm hoping to finish the main build today and maybe even get into some configuring. I want to do a little double check on the pin out of this tool head board. I'll move this back and just do I think the bottom wire on these is ground. And where is ground on the board? I think this is ground. This should be ground. Yeah, that's ground. Is that correct? That's wrong. Unless that's 5 volts. Oh, that is 5 volts. So that should be ground. Why isn't that connecting? Oh. Yeah, why isn't that connecting? Oh, that's ground. That should still be ground. What am I messing up here? Yeah, I have a solid fork shirt. It says stuff on the back. Honey, I shrunk the Trident. Okay. I'm looking at this diagram, trying to figure out, making sure I'm doing things right. And I would think that the ground wire there should connect to the ground wire on those pins, but I'm not getting continuity, and I'm wondering why. This should be ground, and this should be ground. But I'm not getting it on any of them, and why is that? But not on these. This should be a ground, not a switch signal. This should just be a ground wire. And if you look closely at the silk screen here, this pin here is just touching the ground plane. This is the ground wire just touching the ground plane. So I should get continuity between these two pins, and I'm not. That's 5 volts and I'm getting that, but ground I'm not. And why is that? On the fan is a ground switch, but we're looking at switches here. So we should just be getting, like I said, we're not getting that. And why is that? Is there a diode? No, there's no components on here. It's basically just a breakout board. But why am I not getting continuity there? I'm missing something. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, Charlie went off. Oh, he's doing his business. I did check 5 volt is working. So if I check 5 volt, if I go 5 volt, that's the 5 volt pin, and that's what would be the 5 volt on the thing. Just like this one over here. I'm getting continuity between these pins, but not on the ground side. I'm not getting those anywhere. And why is that? Okay, I'm gonna do a couple of things here. I'm gonna grab the older version of this board. I'm gonna grab an older version of this board, if I remember where it is. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is an old version of the board. No voltage selection, anything. And it's just a bare PCB. But I should still be able to look at, because the pinout is the same, I should be able to go here to here. And that works. That is pinning out, so I need to pull this off and see what's going on. Oh, fun. I hate pulling these connectors off. Okay, those are gonna be fun to get back on, but Let's pull this board off and see what's going on. I did not use the end stop plugs on my V0 that this was installed on. So now we have board here. And for some reason, we're not getting I didn't need that ground wire to be 20 gauge, by the way. 24 gauge would have been fine, thinking about it. Let's go. Okay, so we're looking at it. This should be the, that should be the ground pin. Okay, so it's not soldered well. And I think I soldered this. So it's not soldered well. I think I soldered it. So let's fix it. I'm glad I checked, because when I pushed it in and actually touched the pad, I got continuity. So I think it's just, and I can see it's not great. I can see it's not great. So let's fix it. Actually, nothing I did on the V0, I don't think anything required this wire. Now, all done, all fixed. I think that was self-induced. I don't remember if this came as a kit or assembled. I'm pretty sure I assembled it though. Pretty sure. Yeah, everything else works. This is a working board. Everything else would work. I did not use the ground pin on the V0 though, because I didn't have end stops connected. That is kind of annoying that I had to run that I ran a 20 gauge wire for that ground. If I would have thought about that a little more, I could have gotten away with not doing that. Oh. Okay, give me a minute. My stomach's rumbling. I'm gonna grab a granola bar real quick, and I will be right back. Okay, everybody can hear me? Music good level? Everything's good? Take a little intermission here at the 3-hour mark. I'm not going to change that wire. It's not going to make any difference. And I don't want to spoil my my fortune in running that through in one try. I bet you a 24 gauge won't be as accommodating. Oh, can you hear my chewing? I'm sorry. I mean, I guess you can have some entertainment while I chew. Yeah, these crunchy ones can be messy. Absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna set this off. I'll finish that in a minute. We are going to put this back on now that it is fixed. Hey, Greg, welcome. Okay, let's see. Plugging everything back in. Which is, might be a little bit of a pain. There's one. Two. Three. Sounds a little tight. Why? Is that the correct one? No, but why is it tight? There we go. That one. This one's going to be the one that's going to be the pain. The fan, not the stepper. This guy. There we go. There. That's better. This is Prusament Sapphire ASA. Okay, now that we've fixed our ground issue, let's plug these in. So ground is the top one. And these are just switches, so just signal and ground. And this is Z. So that goes top and middle pin. And that can go there, and that can go right there. And then one more. And this is now bottom and middle pin, but it's basically the same thing as this other one. Where did you get the pancake board? I purchased this one from West 3D. I think it's available from a few places. I don't know from all the places, but this one I got from West 3D. Okay. Now I'm gonna grab another zip tie, and I'm gonna grab all of these. And just loosely tie them together to keep them out of the way. And then on the other side, do you ground your frames? Not typically. Is there anywhere that I really need to grab all these? These are all kind of seem to be managing just fine. I don't think there's anywhere that these can really be grabbed or need to be grabbed. They're all just kind of being held by the one zip tie. Maybe I can grab that like that. That'll just ensure that that end stop wire stays out of the way. And bend that down in. There we go. That is the tool head. Let's see if we can get a little better view here. Yeah, I like it. Does this use V0 chains for the bed? Yes, it uses a V0 chain for the bed. I tried the IGUS version of the V0 chain and honestly, I hated them. Oh, why? I have a set, but I haven't actually used them yet. Has a split back and they're Garbo. That you have problems with stuff falling out of the back. I know the split back is there, but I hadn't used them. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna use them on some build. Hey, Eclipse. I route the motor wires under the mount. I think we're okay. I may later go around and do a black heat shrink around the stepper wire, which means taking it apart and putting some heat shrink around that, and that'll clean it up quite a bit. But at this point, we are on to more wiring. We've done some wiring, now we're gonna do more. So I pulled out several wires from this heat shrink. I'm gonna try hitting it again, see if it'll shrink down tighter on this. Hey, Tezza. So, a little bit. Let this cool off. What is the cam stand you're using on the Logitech? This is the one that came with my GoPro. It came with my GoPro. It's meant to be, you can hold it as kind of a selfie stick. Okay, what camera angle is going to be best for this? This is going to plug in like that. And that is on there. And then I want this to be that. And then this comes down here and gets zip tied to the frame mount. So 2 zip tie holes here. We're gonna go 1 in each way. And then we're going to move this all the way to the front, all the way to the side, and figure the minimum amount of slack we need. That seems pretty reasonable. We can redo this if we have to. That there and that there. We can tweak this, but now the question is when we go back here and then to the middle, it still doesn't go above the top, so I think we're good. There and then there. Yep, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that, so let's cut these zip ties. And then we have a series of clips on the side here that make sure that the wire stays out of the way. And I may have to redo these because the Makerbeam extrusions I have are a little tight for these. So I don't remember remodeling them like I did for the undercarriage stuff. See you, Krasimir. Is there any strain relief at the end? No, but it's a pretty gentle curve. It's not pulling on it. Oh, I just picked up the probe. Yeah, these I think might have to be remodeled, but there is also a zip tie spot in the rear little bracket here for keeping everything out of the way of the bed as it goes down into the, so this goes here. All right, like that, and it gets tucked out of the way. And then these go down. See if I can force these a little bit with my, yeah. Right there, and right there. There we go. Yeah. It hasn't traditionally been a problem. That goes there, that goes there, and then 3 more zip ties. Now I'm just gonna do these top 2 first, Um, just go right there. Top two, leave myself some room because I need to remove this lower, the Z stepper mount. Z stepper mount has to remove because I need to run the wiring through a slot in it. There isn't, well, let's double check that I'm right there. If I can get any one, oh, I may not have to remove that. Oh, come on. Let's take the stepper wire through first, and then the 3-pin. Oh, I might not have to remove it. 3-pin, and then all the 2-pin connectors. Oh, very nice. I'm glad I didn't have to remove it. Good job, Yuri. Are you still around, Yuri? There we go. Now, turn this on its side. All of these. That's a tight fit. Let's see if I can get some pliers in here to pull this heat shrink. There we go. Very nice. And get the last zip tie in. I'm very happy to not have to pull that stepper apart, stepper mount. Okay. I'm gonna throw a zip tie on here. I don't know if it's a great idea or not. It doesn't really do anything to keep that from sliding, so it's not gonna stay there. Okay, just leave it then. This can always do like that, but it's fine. Oh, I am pleased. That's turning out well. Everything's out of the way. We'll get our PTFE in there later. Needs blue zip ties. I don't think I have any blue zip ties. Oh, okay. Do we want to put the bed in? Do we want to put the bed in? The bed and the wiring for that? Yeah, let's get the whole top done, and then we can just work on wiring underneath. So, get this probe out of the way. I'll just put it there. It keeps me from constantly knocking it off. We, in a previous stream, we assembled the bed module, and I have some Wagos here for the bed wiring. It's a 24-volt bed. It is only, I think it's 60 watts. So, and we have a Graviflex magnet on it, and I'm using the little engraved bed, even though the engraving is gonna get hidden. When I decided I wanted to go umbilical, I debated between two of those boards, one on the tool head, one under the deck as a breakout board, or CAN bus. Went with CAN bus. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I have not set up a CAN, or or configured a CAN setup to date, but that's going to change. I think I can put this in right now. So let's put the bed in. So that sits there, and then the bolts are over here. They're M5s and some nuts. That goes there. I think I'd already bolted these in at some point, so they should all line up. Yeah. And one more. The bed will be installed. Charlie is out. Get this one to catch the threads. Okay. Oop. Lost it. Trying to get the threads to catch, but it's a little further than the other two. I don't know why. I thought I had this on there. There we go. Sweet. Now let's turn it on its side. Maybe go for this angle. We're going to do all the wiring here. Got the other sides of the wires. So for one thing, we're going to need a 2-pin micro fit, which we can use one of these that we took off. It's looking like a printer. The bed is so small. Yes. It's a 120. So this is a 120 build, same size as a V0. The overall printer is much larger than a V0 for the same build area, but you get the 3-point leveling and clicky and no top hat. Reminds me of my 4-year-old son, complete and fully functioning human being, just tiny. Oh shoot. Just dropped a pin. There it is. It's really cool, but a bit of a pain to set up. Oh, the CAN bus, yeah. Wow, I grabbed the big connectors. I want the next gauge size down. There we go. Okay. Trident cereal to make stew. Yes. Probably just submit the this video as a cereal, right? I'll timestamp it. Not this video, maybe next video. Okay, so this thermistor harness goes on there, and that's gonna go in here and kind of tuck in right around here and get zip tied, where it's just out of the way and doesn't. And then I think these are going to be long enough. If not, I'll grab some different ones, but we'll go with this for now. Oh, this is where I can use those scraps of white heat shrink. Put these on first. And then strip them. 11 millimeters, about. And then the heat shrink just to keep those from fraying. And I don't actually go down. I just don't want it. Just want it to cover the front. So. Just like that. So now these can come in here. Those are nice and secure. Those are going to go down into this zip tie spot. Still looking at a mini split for the garage or workshop? Yes, but I'm waiting for the off season. Waiting for the off season. I've survived this summer. We will see what the off season brings. Do you know how much backlog there is on cereals? I don't. I could check, but I don't know. Okay, now we need the Z end stop wire. So let me grab some wire. I'm gonna use a couple of these. They're already terminated on one end with JST. So I'm gonna grab a couple of these wires I already have. These two right here will do the trick. And I'm going to bend the tab back out, because I pushed it in when I took them out of the connector. Just about like that. And then I should have a 2-pin. I'll grab one of these. All right, like that. Now I've got a Z end stop plug. There we go. And hopefully that's long enough. It should be. And that can go up and over the extrusion here, although under is fine on this printer because it doesn't actually touch the deck, I don't think. But that's gonna plug into the Z end stop there. And now all of these can get grabbed by the zip ties. One and two. Just like that. There we go. It's nice and neat. It seemed to be about a week behind when I submitted Trident a couple of days ago. Yeah, I haven't been in there to do serials in a bit. I fear that might be a little behind, but we are probably a bit behind. I mean, it's all done by folks who do it in their spare time. And I haven't made much spare time lately for that. Okay. Let's go to the Z chain now. So now I need to figure out how and what Z chain I'm using. Where should I put that? Okay, more granola bar time while I look for Z chain. So I'm a little puzzled. Where did I put that stuff? I have some Z chain here, but not ends. Where did I put the rest of my Z chains? I had them close. I have lots of the correct cable chain. There's no ends, but I know I have ends somewhere. Look here, curious where they were, because I didn't have them very long ago. Where did I put those? Oh, up here. There we go. There we go. Nope, that's right here. I've got a long, I guess that's a 1 meter or so. No, I found it. I just had to remember the box that has the stuff. This also has, someone was mentioning the IGUS stuff before, and just to illustrate what they're talking about, instead of being an open clip like some of the 2020 chains, this IGUS 7x7 has a slot there. And the idea, I think, is that if this is going here, your wires are as long as they're anchored on both ends properly, they're not likely to work their way out of there, but that seems to not be the case. But that opening there allows you to put wires in after the fact. But I'm hearing that it's not, the implementation is not great. So now, as opposed to these chains, which don't even have openings, you have to push the wire through the end. Okay, so this is gonna go here to about here. So let's just pull some amount of this off. We're not gonna even need that much. Let's maybe work our way to the top of travel here. Maybe this view, I don't know. Oh, we're gonna have to pull our quickie probe off. Something about like that. Wires popped out occasionally. Okay. I'm gonna install it on some printer sometime. So this is gonna go something probably right there. So I think that's the one we're going to pull off. And we need the end from this one. So all of these wires now are going to get pushed through here. Now I can do this trick where I can push a PTFE tube up through it and guide at least some of them. I think I should grab these wires first and push them through, since I'm not going to be able to take advantage of that other method anyway. So that's through. Now if I push this through, can I make it through? Okay, now let's grab, I think I can grab 2 at a time here with these thin wires, yeah. That's those. And then these. Yeah, these nice thin wires are working just fine. There we go. Now, need a couple of M3 flatheads. 2, 3, 4. Maybe this might be the better view. Can I zoom in? There we go. Screwdriver. There it is. Yep. Okay, let's grab that guy, put it in right there. Now we can turn this around. Grab this guy, put it in right there. Then we're going to take another zip tie and anchor this stuff to the carriage. Right here, there's a little zip tie slot in the part. Those just kind of there we go. I am concerned that I'm gonna have to extend these heater wires. I don't think they're gonna reach. I think I'm gonna end up extending them. And I'm at least a link too long. So let's pull a link off of here. Try that again. Yeah, that looks about right. Hey, Nuno. We're doing cable chain. We're doing Z. We are moments away from turning the printer over and starting to wire that side. Did I fix that? There we go. That one, and where's the other one? There it is. Steve is kind of a college drinking game. Steve says tool and everyone grabs their wallet. Okay, now let's take these in first. Through here. The next longest. And the next ones. Now there is not a Z or a zip tie anchor point here, so I'm going to take this bundle of them and I'm going to try to find about the midpoint, and I'm going to zip tie these to the cable chain itself. So as I figure this out, I'm grabbing the bundle of wires here and just kind of finding the relaxed point. There we go. To where the wires are approximately running through the middle center line of the cable chain. Okay. Awesome. I think we are good. Is that done with the top? All the wiring on the top is done. All the wiring is done. All the way there, we got plenty of space. All the way back, it touches back there, but it's not gonna hurt anything. Ooh. Yeah, we are good. All the way there, we got plenty of slack. Okay, that goes there. Everything else on front is done. Whoop. Small printer is fun to work on. Okay, we have all these wires. So we have bed stuff and Y end stop, and we have steppers in the corner, and we need to label. Let's get some labeling done. And I know I'm gonna need to extend these bed wires. And I'm going to just solder and extend them. Let's just pull those off. You like the blue? Awesome. Okay, let's label. Let's break out the label maker again and figure out all the labels we're gonna need. Let's go. Charlie is up. Oh yeah, he's pawing at the door too. We can turn that off. Let me let Charlie out for the, how many time? What time? Okay, we have, this is thermistor. So TB. We have a Y end stop. Let's do that first. Y end stop. Thermistor bed here. Z end stop. This is labeled Z end stop. This is labeled BL. So we'll just label this one Z. That's fine. And really that's all we need to label. We could label the bed, I guess. Let's go bed heater. Bed. Hey, Low Tech Greg, welcome back. What hot end was used? We are using the Revo Micro. Revo Micro. Okay, is there anything else I need to label? I guess I only have four wires here. All of the stepper wires, I used a Sharpie to label those, and I'll show you. Hey, Danny. Okay. Let's print. And then feed and cut. Okay. Okay, so let's grab my extras and put them in my little extras box. And I hope all of these will reach. I'm gonna hold off labeling them until I know they'll reach and which ones I need to extend. Because I'm just gonna extend, I'm not gonna rerun wires. What was that? Oh, that was fine. Okay, let's put the power supply and controller and get all these set up. That, and one more. There it is. Okay, we got printed mounts. Driving, not watching, driving and watching, no chat today. Be careful. Okay, so these, I've got a box of Makerbase stuff, which has my stepper drivers in it. There's those and those. Probably going to need these at some point. We are VHBing, yes. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think Charlie's wanting back in, so give me a moment. Oh, nope, I was hearing things. VHB is evil. VHB is fine. Okay, these are nice in that they have slots on the ends, so I can just take these mounts and put start the screws. Oh, here comes Charlie, maybe? Yep. Yeah. There he is. Ah, it's fine. Is DIN even possible in the salad fork? The newer versions do have DIN as the spec. I'm putting a bottom panel on mine, and without some adjustments to the adjustments that I don't know that will work, without some adjustments, everything ends up being too tall for a bottom panel. I'm not super thrilled with these mounts. Yeah, DIN rail and switch wire isn't a bad idea. It'll help support the panels too. Okay, there we go. These could use a little more meat. These could use a little more surface area on the bottom there if you're still around, Yuri. It just seems really thin there for no real reason. I know your spec for most of the new builds is to use DIN rails, but anybody who's using VHB, those could use a little more meat. Okay, so that is the power supply, and the power supply is gonna go right like that. Now, pretty much, I'm just gonna center it and then space it off from the stepper just a little bit. And the controllers. Where are we at? 4 hours. We are doing good. It's all fitting in there okay, yep. I use DIN rails. Biggest issue I had was that I prefer lower profile DIN clips. Yeah. Lower profile DIN clips would help. And we could potentially use DIN rails on this and still put my bottom panel on if the clips were lower profile. I don't know yet. So, and then that's gonna go right there like that. And then a little bit of room here to run some wires and some anchors or something if I want. And I think plenty of room over here to plug in a USB cable. Skipper? I hope not too. Okay, this is just barely too tall for me to comfortably work on it just on end like this. Okay, this is absolutely not going to be anywhere close to reaching. Where is the bed thermistor port on here? Oh, those are in the middle of the board here. If I go under the power supply, which is probably a good idea because I can stay away from the thing, then I've got room there. Bed does not have room. End stop has plenty of room. So I think I'm going to route these under the power supply because there's no reason not to. And then that keeps my all my AC wiring over here out of the way as well. So if I do that, I just run all that underneath, and I can do that after it's VHB'd in with no problem. I think we'll be good. So if we center that, board by the stepper and PSU near the top. Oh no. Oh no. I want the shortest AC run possible. If I put this here, then I have to run more AC wiring. And I think having this up here, all of this is plenty of space to hit everything with my harness here. I think this layout right here is the ticket. Yep, keeping the wire length short. So let's get the AC wired. Let me figure out where all my stuff is. So I need 3 port terminals. 1, 2, 3. And I need a bunch of spade terminals. Let's take this off temporarily. What if I turn the whole thing? You're talking about turn the whole thing? So do something like this. That just gets, there's not enough room there. There's just not enough room. Everything, the other way gives me so much more flexibility and room. This is just too tight there. You see that? I like this. This will work well, and it gives me plenty of room. I can mess around with other things. And I'm not gonna flip the boards. I don't want this over here and that there. I've got plenty of wire length. The only thing I'm short on is these bed wires. Yeah. But I don't need it. That's not as important as having the rest of the layout Correct. This is nothing to do. Extending these bed wires is nothing. So those three, and then I'm taking this power thing out so I don't have to do this all in printer. And these are all the small. I don't know how many of these I need. I'm gonna stretch the wires. Yep. Okay, so we have a bunch of those, a few of these. And some wire. What do we have? Good night, Colin. Woo! Okay, what I'm doing here is I have some power cord, some old power cord that I'm carefully taking the sheathing off without nicking the wire underneath. And that's what I'm going to use for my AC wiring. There we go. So how much am I going to need? I'm going to need a bit more than that. Okay. There we go. Now we got it all. Hey, Lanover. How are you? On that last crimp, I did nick the wire, so I am cutting it at that spot, which will be fine. Okay, this is going there. This is along with it, and the ground. So now I need to make some little jumper wires to wire up the back of the switch. How do these get? Where do I have? Do I have anything that I've already done this on? That's handy. It'll work. This can go away. Drink my water. So I can be sure of the wiring on this. Do we have some, what's the quickest documentation we can get to for this? Do we have this in the Boron Design Docs? I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. I always like to double check, especially when we're dealing with mains. So electrical wiring, and let's see if there's a diagram here. Where is like a V0 power switch wire? Power inlet wiring. LDO's docs have it? Okay. Yeah, I don't see that particular thing there. So let's go to LDO's. Docs.ldomotors.com. Yep, that's makes me nervous too, even though I've done it a billion times. I don't want to trust my own thing. So let's go Voron V0 wiring guide. Check Discord. Do you send me a docs link? Oh, there you go. I bet you I'm about there. Yep. That's the same picture you just sent me. Thank you. Okay. So we are going to mimic this and make a couple of live and neutral jumpers. So let's go ahead and do that. I think this is 18 gauge wire. I need to get my big crimpers. Hey, 3DP Mamsh. Oh, that did not hold at all. You test them. That didn't crimp, that didn't hold. That did not hold at all. Why did that not hold? That's the right size. Let's try it again. Well, controller board, I am using the Makerbase SKI-PR. It is a controller with a built-in Raspberry Pi alternative. There we go. That one's holding. Okay, so this is the neutral wire. We are going from here over to here. So just making sure I have the right amount of wire. Hey, Juan Carlos. The OC event was fun. It was great to meet a few people and see Joel and 3D Print Professor. I'd never met 3D Print Professor before. His Lego alternative printer blocks thing is really neat. lots of BattleBot stuff and some First Robotics competition teams were there. It was fun. My son went with me, which was a blast. We had a good time. Bush and Plastic, member for 4 months. Thank you. There we go. Okay. So this one goes here and here. Oh, what do we got here? Time to do like Charlie and get some sleep? Oh, that's a good point. There we go. Thanks, Christian. Okay, and then a live wire. Oh, member for 5 months. Yeah, time flies. Thank you. This one is going to be a really short jumper. It goes over there, but still short. Tug test all of these. There and there. And then we get a ground wire that goes straight in there. I just grabbed a random number of these terminals, and as long as I don't screw up, which I've jinxed myself now, but as long as I don't screw up with the ones that didn't work, I've got the exact right amount. Oh, we got a whole thing of Wilson. Thank you for becoming a member. What do you prefer? I go by what's on the screen. Panzer Cutting, thanks for being a member for 2 months. I'm printing the parts needed for the ender to switch wire conversion now. Just 5 more months of printing to go. What are you printing it on? Okay, that is good. And then we've got a couple of these to go. Dunno. I find myself, I mean, I may know names or someone, but it's so dependent on what I'm reading on the comment. So you're definitely gonna hear there's a very good chance that, I mean, it's all dependent on what I'm reading as I'm about to comment. Oh, well, there I go. I jinxed myself. That one failed, which means I don't have the exact amount, and that one kind of looks like it got messed up. So let's start that one over. Keep it how you read it then. Yep. So now you're DJ. What's it say on the back of the shirt? Honey, I shrunk the Trident. 3dprintersforants.com. There we go. That worked. So let's grab another one. And we've got one more. Okay. Got to go. Thanks, machine. Thanks, Andres. Okay. So now let's go black, live. And neutral. There we go. Snap on. Now all of these just have to go this short distance over to the power supply. And what do we have there? Ground can be a little longer. I don't know where this is going to need to go, so let's mock this up. Oops, it goes this way. Oh shoot, I hope I didn't cut it too short now. I went the opposite way and now the ground one might be too short. Let's find out. Let's go here. Now, if this is going right here and all of these are going here, I think I'm still okay on my wires. So let's just go, it's going there, that's going there. All of those can go there. So let's just cut these right here and just put ends on them and call it good. Yeah, let's just do it. This is gonna go, yeah, that's off just a little bit. That's perfect, perfect, perfect. Nope, no wire stretcher. I got lucky. Neutral and live. There we go. Goes right like. This one can probably go just a little shorter. What are these? Oh, those are a little thicker. Let me see if I have some different ones. I have these, but do I have anything that's for a slightly smaller gauge? It's those. These. Funky. These will fit okay. No, these are wide. I need the narrow ones. Well, even these are kind of wide. That's right. These are the ones that I got to put in. Okay. Let's see if these are going to work. I feel like I may want to strip these a little longer and double it over. There we go. Yeah. Strip them a little longer and double it over, then it's got enough to hold on. Charlie's awake? Yes. Have a good night, all. Gotta get some networking stuff moved around so I can relocate my printers before it gets too late. No problem. Take care, Lester. That worked out pretty well here. So that's going to go there. That can go back in there. Okay. Okay, so let's get all of this out of the way. This out of the way. Let's put this down here. Let's do some cleaning. A bit of cleaning, make sure the VHB sticks well. Hey KB3D, welcome back. We are on to under the deck wiring. VHB tape. Okay. So that's going to go like that. . That's gonna go that. The lighter blue of the harness actually looks good. Yeah, yeah, I'm not displeased. I was a little worried that it would be too light. I did attempt to use some fabric dye on the sheathing. It was having none of that, and I didn't want to use heat, so. Okay, we have these with VHB on them. I think what I'm going to do is go into the kitchen and get my step stool so I can do this and have some better view of it. So, and then is there anything on the bottom side of this I want to see? Oh, that's what I wanted to do. So, before we do this, I want to mark these for the positive. Another Sharpie thing. I want to mark these for easy identification of the positive side. So looking at the bottom, the second one, so I'm just going to color the top of this screw head red. Just like that. And then the bed doesn't matter, but I'm going to do it too. Then we know which one is switched. And then we've got hot end. So this is important. So our heater 0, which is this one at the end, positive is the end one. Let's see if these unscrew at all. No, but I'll get this down in there and get it as well as I can. And that's every other one is the positive. So because of that tool headboard, remember, the heater wire ends up being polarized on this side. So then, you see, now I can't mix that up. How tall am I? I'm 5'10". I am right at 5'10". We're actually going to be moving forward with our own Trident kit versus bringing them in from LDO. We initially planned to bring in LDO kits to start, but they were delayed. Well, that'd be cool. Be curious what they look like. I want trust only silk screen printed on the boards because BTT has done some F-ups. Well, yeah, you're right. But all I have to go by is this. Oh, and these are marked on top. So the top matches, yep, they're marked, they match top and bottom. .510 is what in meters? Just under 2 meters? Or no? I don't know. Oh. Around 1.75? Okay. Now let's get rid of some of this stuff so we're not pinching it on the... Okay, that's gonna go there now. What am I sitting on? I was sitting on something that was making that all, oh, that. No official dates yet. Got over the last big hurdle last week, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Let's go with this view. Ah. Now you, I can see as well as you can. Get those out of the way. That in that direction, so let's go ahead and do it. Okay, that's the correct way. My head might get in the way, but I'm gonna eyeball center. So. I think that's pretty good. It's gonna be good enough. I stretched myself, yep. I found an old MKS DLC 1.0 board in my assorted parts bin. You're just happy this isn't too tall. Oh yeah, this is nice. Let's see, can I get this? Let's see where we're at. We're at 25 millimeters from that side and 22 from that side. Well, that's okay. I'm not gonna redo it. The problem with this kind of thing, and I'm taking these screws completely out because I know that these, let's move these over here. I know that the fork terminals I have here fit inside of a little bump that these have, so. So this is gonna go like that, and see, they fit really well like this, but they don't go straight in. So I'm just taking this off to. There we go. And then the next one is neutral. Then there's a little protective cover that comes with the power supply on it. Now I am going to grab all of these and bend them. Let's grab the back side. I'm going to kind of bend them down and back underneath the power supply. Just so they're not running right up against the skirts there. And right like that will be pretty good. Take all of these wires go this way. All of that is pretty neat. I'm almost, at this point, I'm almost as tall as Yuri. Almost. I guarantee that Yuri would not need to stand on this stool. So I am more concerned that it is straight this way than even this way. Hey, Johnny Boy Tech. Okay. These. No, I don't want to do that yet. I want to get the controller on here. So this is going to go like that. This is going to be a lot easier to eyeball because I got references with the steppers. So this is just under 40. This is just under 40. There, like that. You've also got, you're not directly, here, that's a little more directly under the camera. Okay, so let's get this more in my view. Yeah, you see a bit of my head. I guess let's just do it. Is there anything I need to do before I get this? Anything else I need to do? Should be able to reference on their GitHub anything. And I can reference my bottom panel for pinout. Okay, this one is going to be a little more, I want to give a bit of space there. Make sure it's parallel with the power supply. There we go. Let's see. We are just under 40 and just under 40. I'm within a fraction of a millimeter. There. Can you show the bottom plate again? I'm gonna cherish the idea again. Yeah. Oh. This is the laser etched. Too much reflection here. Nope. Laser etched bottom panel. And this will go right on there, but I'll probably put this to the inside. Just because once it's out, it's just a reference and it's not going to be seen anyway, so I don't want it to get scratched. So we'll put this like this. That's the idea. I'm hoping to actually use this. Oh, okay. We have this. Let's get power. Let's get power for main power. You know, that ends up being a laser like that, just ends up being another useful tool that can be used in builds. Just like, I mean, 3D printing is just a tool that can be used in other builds, right? Oh, this is getting close. Where is, I've got some perfect wiring for power wire. Oop, not that one. I think this, that's the extra thick. I've got some red and black. Yeah, this will be perfect right here. Red and black silicone wire. So now I just have to figure out how much I need of it. Which is the power in. So I need to. Power in is this one, the furthest one. Bed is the other one. And then H0 is that. Okay. See, I've already used it. It's already been worth it. Okay, so there to there. Enough room so I can tie it down out of the way. That should do it right there. First use of the bottom plate, yep. Okay, almost 5 hours already? It was just 3 hours. It was just 3 hours. How are we doing on battery life? We're doing okay on battery life, so we're good. Oh, they're going under. We're not there yet. We're not there yet, Dead Bob. We are not there yet. Which ones are these? Are these? Those would work. Okay, let's get these. I think I want these. Yeah, I just won't use these. I don't know what, yeah, let's go this way, I guess. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what we have. A little bit. Let's try bending this over. I don't know if this one will actually go in because it's a little thicker wire. Yeah, that's just pushing through. So I think this one will crimp okay. Yep, it did. Shush. Shush, shush, shush. Those pull just fine. Okay, so that is this side. The other one is this side, so. It's raining outside. We're expecting rain, but I haven't seen it yet. Hey, Chris, not missed much. I'm about to wire the let's go here. About to wire the power. "24-volt power." Now, however, before I plug that in, I'm gonna leave that off to the side. I need to test to make sure I'm getting 24 volts out of this power supply. I almost forgot. So there isn't a switch on these. So let's see, let's get it hooked up and confirm our wiring is okay to the power supply. Okay, let's turn that off. Let's just confirm live, neutral, ground. Everything's here. So let's get that in there and then get my multimeter out. Is there a fuse in the plug? Yes, and that's a good point. I think I checked it before though. I think I checked it before and I was wrong. There we go. Thank you. Okay, let's go to voltage and let's turn it on. Do we have a little green LED anywhere? Do these have an LED? Yep, there's a little green LED tucked in over here. So let's see what we have. Voltage and, oops, wrong way. Negative and positive. And we are at 24.05 volts. Perfect. Okay. Turn it off. And unplug it. .05 volts. Now I can finish hooking it up. No magic smoke. Anyone know if the BTT Manta boards are any good? Want to start getting parts together for an ender wire after get my Trident running. So I just ordered off Amazon and received the Manta 4. And I am intending to use that in a project converting my Legacy to replacing the controller on my Legacy, basically. So I don't know if it's great. I know there's some people have had some problems with that CB1 module, their compute module alternative in terms of the Wi-Fi. I hope that I don't have those problems, but I'm gonna try it and I'll let you know what I think. And if I really like it, I'll use it in a build later. Okay, so now that can just kind of sit there out of the way. There. Now the board theoretically has power. CB1 runs really hot. I bought their little heatsink, and in the configuration, it'll be in the Legacy. It has a fan blowing directly on it. So I think it'll be fine. Okay, now we have a bunch of, oh, there they are, labels and wires. Let's do the harness here first. Let's do the main harness. Just keep these out of our way. Let's figure out how we're gonna run all the wires that are part of this first. And I'm going to put myself in Yuri mode. Here we go. They make a heatsink for the CB1. It is huge. So let's see what is going to be the best way. Do I want to run around the corner here? I don't think I have the room. I don't think I have the wire length. So I'm gonna have to remember that I feel like I'm pretty efficient in my harness use, and given flexibility, which is what Lineo I think would want, I might recommend they extend the length of this harness a little bit. So we still have this ground wire, but I'm just going to connect that to one of the end stop pins. So let's figure out where we are plugging everything in, and we're going to need this here as a reference. So maybe I can go like this and put that right there. Aha. Let's see where everything goes. So we got a heater that goes over here. And we've got a end stop for, oh, what do we want to use? Oops, that's upside down. No, that's correct, but it's upside down from my reference point here. I am going under the power supply. I'm just figuring out where, because my preference would probably still have been to take it around and wire tie it down here and then go to either side of the power, or down along here to the various things. We're gonna go under the power supply for this. We're definitely gonna go under the power supply for this stuff. Maybe we can just do that. So let's see what it takes to get this thing, all this stuff under. Oh, you guys are getting a great shot of the back of my head. Sorry about that. Still waiting to find out if the ender steppers are good enough, or if I should go ahead and get an LDO set. Oh, that's a good point. I'm the Steve head cam, sorry about. I don't know what I can do about that and still give a good view here. This is the extruder stepper, which is X, Y, Z1, Z2. This is extruder right here. First thing is plugged in. This comes over here. And that's the one that I marked red for the positive wire. Look tight. Boron's only good, Magwire, no creality gremlins. We have power fan, and let's see, where's the power fan? Those are end stops. Where are the fan connectors? Over here. So fan 0 or fan 1 is what I'm going to use for the, oh, the parts fan is fan 0, and it's a 3-pin connector. We're at, no, it's a 2-pin connector. There is a, what way does this go? Which one of those is, okay, so there's jumpers here for voltage selection on the instant zoom. the focus works great. Oh yeah. Okay, so these are all set for 24 volts already. There's voltage in, 12 volts and 5 volts are options on all of these. The fourth one from the, so that is my fan 0, so that's the part fan. Right there, that's part fan. And then the next one over is going to be hot end fan. So that's this guy. Now, does that match up on the pin? So if this is like this, yep, that's correct. That's correct. So I've got the right pin on it. So now thermistor, back to my handy dandy reference. You know what? All of this is the other way, so I'm gonna turn this because you can still see it and it'll be easier for me to note it. Thermistors, where are the thermistors? Thermistor 0. That is thermistor 0. That's going there. And then this is X end stop. Okay, so that's perfect. And it's labeled. Signal is on the end though, not in the middle. So I gotta go, oh, and that's the one that I didn't know which one to pull out. So I need to just switch this. So now push that in. So now I'm gonna gently pull this tab back out to reuse it. Now that goes there. That goes right there. And that is signal. Let's push that to the end, that to the end, that to the end. So that's X end stop. This is the probe, basically, and where am I going to plug that in? I can just go into Z plus. I can use Z plus for the probe, and Z minus here for the nozzle probe. There's a power jumper here for the Z probe for Z plus, but it doesn't matter because I'm only going to grab the signal wire. So this is an Makerbase MKS SKIPR version 1.0. Yep, exactly what DJ said. Okay, I need a 3-pin. Oh, a 3-pin. A 3-pin JST. Oh, and I've got all of these in the, should have known, I have all those in the Lineo bin. That goes there, and this goes here. So now that's the clicky connection, basically. And the only other thing is I need a ground here. So I'm just gonna grab the ground on the X end stop here. So I'm gonna run this through and just run it. Can I run this through the, I don't think I'm gonna be able to run it through this existing heat shrink. Nope, that would have been nice. Ooh, I bet you I can run it through this one, and because there were 2 other wires through here. Come on, come on, come on. Almost. Aha! I'll run it through the clicky connection. There we go. So this one will go back here. And then I'm gonna run the middle pin is ground. Since we're just using signal and ground, it doesn't matter. And I wonder if I don't have any obvious pins there, so grab one from this stuff. Getting this lined up so I don't have to twist the wire. This has got to go this way. Yep. And then this just goes into the middle pin, which is the ground pin. And that plugs in there. So now the entire tool head is wired, and we can come back and put a tie down, get those out of the way, but we got to put stepper drivers in here. That's looking good. Charlie's up? Oh. Oh yeah, he's standing by the door. He might have been scratching over there. I didn't hear it, so I'm gonna let him out. What number is that? 7? Yep, he went out. I might leave that camera on there. Then you can warn me. Actually, I can turn it off since he's not there. Oh. Where are we at? 5 hours. Perfect. This is going to be great because we're going to be fully wired and assembled, and then we can come back and do a whole stream on just configuring this board and trying to get it to print. Let's do these wires. So I think what I should do, turn that cam on and off automatically. That's not a terrible idea. I think I'm gonna take the power supply out so I can better get to things and tie some wires down and run these wires. I know where it goes. The mounts are gonna stay in place. So I think that's a good idea. So I can take this power supply out. Good night, Francois. I like this iFixit screwdriver. That's a number 2 Phillips on there, and it's fitting so well in these power supply. These power supply screws. Okay, that one. And this one. See you, Steve. Did I already set the board jumpers? I've checked the fan voltages, but I haven't checked for anything else. We won't be powering this thing on until everything's been checked. Okay, so that's going there, and that works pretty well like that. Maybe I have some of these. I have some of these tie downs that came with the Lineo harness. I think I'm going to take advantage of. I think the play is to put one right here. And then we'll see how those. Yeah, this iFixit kit is pretty nice. I mean, it came with all kinds of bits, and they're not expensive. And it seems pretty quality. It's got a magnet. It's got that 5.5 millimeter comes in handy. It's got a weird oval bit. I have no idea what that's used for. Yeah, and it's got a little flex adapter, flex shaft thing. So if I put one of these right here, and how long has it been? Because Charlie's back. Yeah, come on, kid. I have to get some sleep too. Busy day at work ahead. See you next week. See you, Thomas. Thanks. Okay, but these are gonna go straight across. Now, do I have enough room for one of these and wires underneath here? Maybe not. So I don't think I can put one of these anchors underneath the... This is the bed thermistor though, and really, here, let me back up a little bit. Let's put drivers on. Let's shift gears a little bit. Let's see how much we're in the way of our stepper drivers. These have got some gigantic heat sinks for these stepper drivers. Hi, Charlie. So let's put these in. We're gonna need X. We're gonna need Y. Z. And another. These are 2209s. They're just MKS branded. E. Z1. And Z2. I'm gonna end up with one extra. Now we got heat sinks. So these are gonna go on here. Right like that. It's gonna be kind of a pain. Let's see. I'm gonna have to see the top of my head here for a second, sorry. Or maybe I can just use my finger on the back side of it. Get that centered right like that. Those are gigantic. Yeah, there's Z, Z1, and Z2. Z, Z1, and Z2. Hi, Charlie. Monstrous heat sinks. There we go. Wondering when Steve got so tall. Like I said, I engaged Yuri mode. Should I wait for 0.2 before starting to print my parts for a new build? I don't want to give any advice on waiting on that just because, I mean, it could be close, but it's not. Like there isn't a set release time yet. I think those just kind of need to go over that and they'll get, I don't think there's a great way to get to those otherwise, unless I just ran them over this way. But then this one isn't really long enough to do that, so I might as well just let these kind of hang like that. Then does it make sense to put a anchor like right there to grab all those wires? Maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. You're gonna have to deal with the view of my head here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told that you should line up the heatsink fins with the fan flow direction to get the best cooling. Does that not really matter? I was thinking about that, Jonathan, but I was also thinking these do not fit in the other direction. They would hit the pins. So this is the only way that these can go on, and I don't think it matters enough in this application, especially to where any kind of airflow in here is going to be enough. I was thinking the same thing. Don't worry, but these are wider than the pins. See, these are just as wide, and as it is, they're shaped to avoid the pins, so that they're not shaped that way. So I was thinking the same thing. You're not alone. Okay, let's see. If we grab all of this way now with a zip tie, can we hold this down a bit? Now it's not gonna be, it's gonna go something like that. Those just have to kind of hover over that, and that's just gonna have to go kind of like that. And then at least that holds that a little bit, and then maybe I put one on this side just to hold this in. Yeah, they do. Now, this is a thermistor, which goes right over all of that. So it's basically just going to kind of go under all these wires and into thermistor, and I'm just going to use the full length of this wire. Okay. Cut them even, start crimping. Those MKS heat sinks are chunky. I know that. You have to be really careful not to short something because they are aluminum. Yep. I was being very careful to make sure they're centered. I hope I was successful. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's get a, oops, and we have a thermistor bed label for this one that I almost forgot. There we go. Get all the JST pins I'm gonna need. I think I'm gonna need 2 of these. Okay. And a 2-pin JST. And then heat shrink. Heat the heat shrink. And that comes, I think I'm gonna go under the stepper, but over these others so it doesn't get caught up in the heatsink grooves. Okay. Tool obsession gear started. Good. Okay, so this is the Z, the not clicky Z probe, the 6 bolt. That's gonna go right here. So given about the same slack as everything else, it's gonna get cut right there. And we have a Z label. One and a 2. So ideally, next week we finish this off. And then I think we have one more weekend before Murph or Earth. So I will get back to the Voron kit build. This is Z, so that goes right like that, which means that goes in those two. Voron kit build. We're gonna probably straddle Earth with that build. So I'll get back on it the week before and then get back on it the week after. And hopefully finish it the week after. So hopefully that sounds interesting to folks and do my own take on that. I know Nero built Voron Kit 20, so we'll be building Voron Kit 19. 19. And get some water. Dinner calls, night all, CBT Cruiser. And then I guess I'll go right up through the same thing here. Can I just reuse this? Yep. This is the Y end stop. And I think I can just come up through this one. Or do I have to cut that and redo the zip tie? Am I being too cheap? Yep. Well, let's just redo that. Okay. So this is gonna go through here and then go through this same little bundle of wires. So right about there. I gotta figure out what the plan is for this month's member stream. Do we have any, if anybody has any suggestions, leave a comment, send a message. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do. Oh, almost forgot the Y label. You guys almost let me forget. Everybody still there? Am I still live? We're in the most fun and interesting part of wiring. I think the rest of it, the tool head and all that kind of stuff, was kind of interesting. This is just kind of get it done. Get it done. I enjoyed that, reconfiguring the wiring harness for the tool head board. Okay, Y end stop is on. Let's get the label shrunk. And live. Still interesting. Awesome. Okay, so that goes there. This is neatly haywired. It does feel a little, yeah, but maybe I put one of these right here to hold those. These hold those, these hold these, and that keeps them from moving around. Yeah, I'll do that. Muds, thank you for becoming a member. I'm glad to see I'm not boring you, and that you're still willing to become a member. Okay, there we go. And a little zip tie to hold these on. That's probably worth grabbing that stepper wire there too. And these aren't going to be tight, just like that. Okay, I think the last thing to do is to extend these heater wires, and I think I'm just going to run them along the harness here like this. So then let me grab some other wire. I'll just grab the same stuff. Thanks, Derek. Yeah, hopefully the whole process, going through all the little details instead of glossing over it is helpful. Okay, I got the same wire. So if I go along here and then take this basically from there around and then into the bed. So that's about all I need, which is pretty much half of this. So perfect. I've been watching Phil Morris. What time is it where you're at? That sounds awfully late. Yeah, this is a little thicker than what I have there, but it'll do. It'll do. Okay. Jekyll, what am I missing? Made already, done in all the various streams. Maybe stream on design principles that went into the Trident and what you would change if anything. What would I change? I don't think I would. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty satisfied with how it is. There's definitely compromises in certain areas. But I mean, there's reasons for all of those. So mostly in the bed. "6:40 a.m. Oh boy. Where are we at? Are we coming up? We're coming up on 6 hours. We're not too far from this. Once we get it wired, buttoned up, maybe I'll try to assemble the display. And I'd like to really just get into configuring it next stream. Okay, so these are here. Let's get the iron going. Oh, I've got, there we go. Oh, there's where I put it. That and solder. See you, Danny. Thanks for being here. And the heat shrink. Where'd my little heat shrink box go? Oh, there it is. I get to use more of this white heat shrink. More of the leftovers from the more of the leftovers. Mid-semester break in 3 days, so I can zombie through it. There you go. Some heat into it. Make sure I don't accidentally shrink the shrink tubing. Go. Dudes, thanks for becoming a member. There we go. I'm limited by funds. 69-year-old pensioner. Yeah. Ah. Oh, Charlie, where'd he go? Oh, he's doing his business. Hey, see ya, Chris. Take care. Oh, he's coming back. Okay, that is cooled down. So let's get the heat shrink over that. Those solder joints are shiny and good fillets. So we are going to be good there. I wonder if these are big, if that shrunk down enough to double these up. It did. I'm gonna double it up. Where'd Charlie end up going? Ah. There we go. This heat shrink, it's pretty thin. So, there we go. Let's go with, okay. I think I can just start doing this again. So I'm gonna redo this one again. So I want this wire in here. And I want this to come over here. And yep, exactly like that. Things out of the way. One more time on this one. And I'm not tightening those down a lot. It's just more controlling the wire a little bit. Might use one more of these clips over here. Oh, Charlie's back. Yep. Go. And this now comes over here and into that. And basically, I'm almost at the right length. Let's just go just a little bit shorter. And we are doing, that is bed, yep. Okay, I'm gonna turn this around so I can get the right angle on this. For crimping it easily. There you go. Is this the last crimp? It can't be. I gotta be missing something. This might be the last crimp. Hey, see ya, pushing plastic. Okay, that might have been it. Oh, that is tight. So that was one of the, you talk about Z steppers and stuff, and the AB steppers, which means I probably have to redo some more zip ties. That was some pre-stream prep. So let me grab those. Pre-stream prep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have a Y. Get rid of that. Why not? Let's see how we want to route this. This is probably going to double up that, so let's grab that. We'll use up all these zip ties redoing these. Hey, Ricky B. So that is the Y stepper, which then is going to go through here and plug in right here. So we need to grab this. Come on. There you are. Let's just send that underneath. There we go. Out of sight, out of mind. So that's the Y stepper. Now we have the X stepper. And what I did is I just put microfits on these to extend the wires because the steppers themselves, the wires that came on them weren't long enough anyway, but they were long enough to just get inside the deck. So I'm gonna go right through here and cut this one again and this one because I gotta go through all the zip ties. Let's connect the rest before I do more zip ties. So I've got Z stepper 1, Z stepper 3, and Z stepper 2. Now I know these are labeled, it's not Z0, 1, and 2, but Z stepper on the board is labeled 1, 2, and 3. So 1 is going to plug in here and come around here and plug into Z0. And then 3 going to plug in here and come around here and plug into Z3. And then 2 is gonna go right underneath. And actually, I don't think I left enough to go all the way around there because I wasn't planning all of this. So that is now, and then X comes over here. So now that is all of the stuff wired in. So now to clean it up, this is gonna go right here. So let's see what we can get tied down into this. Into this block. I think that's all of those. That's that one. And then that's there. And underneath that, I think we need that one. That is a bit of a stretch. for that one, but I think it's okay. Let's send this underneath all of this and it'll probably help. Nope. Bit stretchy, but it's fine. Here, let's try something here. Where are you? Ah. There we go. There. What do we think? What do we think? Now, I believe all we have to do, put the power supply back in place and hope it actually goes into place. Holy moly, it does not. I have overcrowded this guy here. Well, and shit, I just cut that. Damn it. I'm gonna have to fix that. So I did all of that, and these wire ties are just in the way. I did all of that, and the wire ties are in the way. I think everything is going to kind of sit just fine without them. I think everything will sit a little better if it can just kind of be squished, sort of. So I think I'm just gonna get rid of all of these. I'm gonna have to redo that, that stepper wire. This one can stay because that kind of helps keep things out of the way of the AC wiring. But I think the rest of these can kind of just yeah, just like that. I hate it when I do that too. I don't often do something like that, but I think it's probably more to do with being at almost 6 hours, or at 6 hours. So I have this one to fix. What's going to be my best way to fix that? What is going to be my best way to fix that? Probably to replace it. So let's replace it. Yeah, the wire channels would be nice. And I could probably do a little better job of cleaning this up. But it's not bad. That can go there. Let's put the wiring back in. And I think if this harness was a little longer coming around the backside and then through here would be nice. And some of the other wire lengths choices and stuff would have, if I would have done a little more on that, it would have been good. But we're not bad where we're at. This will all sit underneath the bottom panel just fine. And I gotta fix this one. And then we'll be wired. Hey, James. Yeah, wire channels would be nice, but they would be tough. Let me see what I've got. I know I have extra stepper wires. Here's one right here. Same thing. Oh yeah, you guys see Charlie. Okay. So we're just gonna duplicate, and let's see, do I want to duplicate? It could be a little shorter. It could be a little shorter. Let's go not a lot shorter, but a little shorter. Be much easier if a BTT Pico. Well, we need two of them. We would need two of them and all the associated power wiring in order to do a Pico, right? Because we need at least seven drivers. And those, the wires coming straight out the sides is kind of odd, but could be. If only I had a backup printer. Oh, the other thing we haven't done yet is, is the fans, the side fans. I haven't wired those and figured out where they plug in. I think I'm just going to wire them in parallel and plug them into the third controlled fan port. Okay, and do I have any more 4 pins in here? Yep. Perfect. Like it never happened. This is 1, right? Yep. 1. Oh, gotta be able to see. There we go. If there's anything to fall out of there. We'll be putting a camera in it eventually. Probably not. So my plan for this printer is probably it's going to be the one that goes to my work and can be on my desk as a conversation piece. And it's good because it doesn't take up a lot of space, but it also shows off the Trident design as far as the overall structure. So okay, we are completely nearly completely wired. Keep wanting to say completely wired, but we're really still missing the display and the side fans. So what are we doing for side fans? How am I doing on, oh, I am about to be done on microphone power. It's, are we even still working? Yeah. Can you hear me? Let's just make sure. Can people hear me? I think so. It says you can. Okay. Oh. We have a very close to complete Trident. We are very close to complete Trident. I probably have minutes left on the microphone according to my battery indicator. And we are at a little over 6 hours. We do not have much left before this is running. So I think we are going to do the display and those two fans next week and get into configuring it. So I think we're gonna wrap this up. Only because I look and see that my microphone does not have, does not have. Your TV has auto captions? Does it keep up and does it do a good job? So we made a ton of progress today. That wiring takes so much time, and I'm very happy with this, the way this tool head board came out. That turned out really rather nice. So, and I think the angle there is not going to hurt anything. It might even help a little bit. We have all the Z wiring done. We have fans to do, and we have a display to do. And then we got to figure out how to configure this Makerbase controller. And we'll have panels. I have all the panel clips printed. All that stuff is done. So at 6¼ hours, we're gonna call it. So thank you everybody for being here. And thanks for new members and gifted members and super chats, and thanks for everybody that contributed to this build so far. So, can you print a 3M benchy on this one? A 3 millimeter benchy? And thanks to Yuri. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the builds. Thanks for being responsive to the few little things that we've run into. So we will see everybody next week, next Sunday. Let me look here. What are we looking at days wise? I guess Saturday is the last Saturday of the month, the 24th. So look for a members only stream scheduled for Saturday, because that's my last opportunity. So I don't know what we're gonna do yet, but we'll find something fun. So finish this up next week, and then we'll get the Voron kit back going. So thanks again, everybody. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Hopefully it stays cool, and I'm hoping for some rain. Maybe I can go jog in the rain. Who am I kidding? I haven't jogged in months, but I can go for a walk. So anyway, take care, everyone. We will see you next time. Bye.